건강한 식사를 편하게 할 수 있도록 가게들과 내주는 플랫폼이죠. 플랫폼에
네, 마이크.
네, 감사합니다. 켜져 있는데. 켜져
이게 넘어가는 거고 이게 뒤로 가는 거고요. 저희가 포디움 여기 연단은 없을 거고.
네, 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후부터 Try Everything 2023 전국민 창업 오디션이 시작될 예정입니다. 참석자분들께서는 모두 지정된 좌석에 착석을 해주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 행사의 원활한 진행을 위해서 가지고 계신 핸드폰, 통신기기에 전원을 꺼주시든지 에티켓 모드로 전환을 해주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 잠시 후 Try Everything 2023 전국민 창업 오디션 행사가 본격적으로 시작이 됩니다. 지정된 좌석에 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다. 네, 안녕하세요. Try Everything 2023 전국민 창업 오디션에 오신 여러분을 진심으로
2023 National Startup Edition. I will be the MC for today as well as last year. I am ambient announcer Yu Han-sol. Thank you. Mail Business Daily and Seoul City co-hosted this National Startup Edition so that anyone with ideas to start a business can try them out. It is an avenue for opportunity and it also helps you turn your ideas into businesses. The winners, the ones who are hoping to start a business will be given mentoring and get to participate in accelerating programs. What is more, they will be getting a chance to raise capital. In particular, we have even bigger award prepared with a total of 22 million Korean won. I look forward to your active participation going forward as well. With that, let us now try everything and make everything happen with the opening of National Startup Edition to find the next unicorn.
자, 본격적인
So before we raise the curtain for this event, we will now welcome Mr. Im Sang-hyun, the head of Megang.com, for his welcome speech. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone. I am Im Sang-hyun from Megang.com. First of all, thank you everyone for participating in the National Startup Idea Festival open for the whole of Korean population. In 2023, interest rate hike had a full-fledged impact on the Korean economy, so it's difficult to run business this year. Indeed, for fledgling and prospective entrepreneurs, it is a difficult time. However, even amidst these difficult circumstances, a lot of startups are using their passion to find their new opportunities. Last year's grand winner of this edition, Rootstrap, is the company that upcycles industrial byproducts to create eco-friendly materials. And afterwards, it was able to sign technological partnership with many large cosmetics manufacturing companies, both at home and abroad. For this year's fourth National Startup Edition, we are witnessing yet another heated passion. Total of 154 teams applied with equally fresh ideas. Indeed, this made me realize once again how passionate and competitive Korean entrepreneurs are. Korean economy is faced with low economic growth, and we can only overcome them if startups grow. I hope that all of your passion can fuel the engine of Korean economy as a whole. We at Megang Media Group will continue to support sustainable startup ecosystem and spread entrepreneurship. In particular, by turning Try Everything into a full-fledged global startup festival that helps Korean startups enter the global market. Once again, I would like to thank the many entrepreneurs as well as all the staffers for making this event possible. I wish the very best of luck for Korean startups. Thank you.
네, 좋은 말씀 축
Thank you very much, Mr. Im Sang-gyun. So indeed, it is a difficult time to start a business, but he has given us encouraging remarks. He has mentioned about Rootstrap, and I remember how impressive the startup was, and I'm very happy to see how they are moving forward well. And we will also be seeing yet another winners for today's event, and I look forward to them as well. So the startups have fresh ideas, but they do not have accumulated experience, and that is why the experienced startups mentoring and advices are all the more important. So let us do right that. Now, elementary school students chose the celebrities and announcer as number one dream jobs, but now YouTube creator is the number one dream job of elementary school students. And in that context, we have prepared a speech by the head of a YouTube creators / digital content production company. This was the very first multi-channel network company in Korea. Please welcome Mr. Lee Pil-sung from Sandbox to the stage.
안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. Hello, I am the co-head and co-founder of Sandbox, Lee Pil-sung. As we are here at the opening of Try Everything 2023 National Startup Edition, I'm honored to present welcome speech before you. It has been 8 years since I started my own company. And after I started my own business and various interviews, and also from many different acquaintances of mine, I heard this question a lot. Why did you start your own business? And looking back, well, the answers differed every time. And that is because we live in a complicated world and things happen for complex reasons. So in some cases, I gave this reason, and in other cases, I gave other reasons. And I started my own business when I turned 30, and I was quite young and bold back then. And uh, I also had a mission to do good at my job as being a promoter of creators. And now it's been 8 years, and me and my company Sandbox has become quite an established member of this society. And now I believe, well, everything might have happened for a reason. And that's why I am running and operating this company. And this might seem so deterministic to some people, but last year I had a daughter, and now that I'm raising her, it seems that starting and running a business is quite like raising a child or how a person grows. So when you're young, you don't know how scary the world is, and you take challenges, but then you fall and you get frustrated and you fail. But in the process, you grow and you learn a lot. And then when you turn 20 and when you become adult, you become a full-fledged member of this society. And some become great human beings. And in other cases, well, they may not be so great, but they do play an important part in the society. And I think that both have their meanings. I believe that companies are quite the same. Well, for some companies, some startups become unicorns and they do become great. But other companies, they do play their own part and they deliver their values and they do what they are supposed to do, even though they do not get the spotlight. So many people, many startup CEOs may wonder why they're doing this and what this all means. But I believe that it's all about customer value. You have to be valuable to customers. And if this world becomes a better place with your product and service, you will feel valued. And that company can become an important part of the society, and that company can make sustainable growth. They say that it's the winter of startups, and it is indeed a difficult time, but all of you chose to bravely open your own business. And some people already opened their own business and they're here to promote their business. And I would like to salute you. And from last year, a lot of startup companies, even the companies that got a lot of investment and that had high valuations, had difficulties because of this difficult times. That is the case for many different fellow entrepreneurs. And for us as well, a lot of the capital plans and also investment plans went awry. So this was difficult time for us as well. But we would like to keep things straight, keep our minds clear, and when you do that, you can find a way out. So that's why we decided to focus on our customers and creators as we have always done. Indeed, startup is a difficult path, but in a long term, it is a business activities and think of it as your way of building your own career. It can be an enjoyable and also meaningful journey. So it can be challenging, but make it a joyful ride. And I hope that all of you can become fellow entrepreneurs. And I would like to actively support and encourage your beginning. Thank you. Thank you for such encouragement from the experienced startups perspective. You told us how you were able to start the business because of the boldness as a youth. And let us now start today's competition as the starting point for a lot of the startups. Now let us begin the audition in earnest. The audition is a result of fierce competition. 8 teams will provide their pitches and we will select the final top 5. Each team will be given 5 minutes for presentation and then get questions from the jury. And the jury is chosen by the host, Mayfield Media Group, and is composed of VC, accelerators, and investors. So they are indeed reliable and trustworthy juries. Now, let us welcome our first presenter. Will walk us through advanced air mobility. Please welcome Mr. Kim Jae-hyung from Plana to the stage, who will be the first presenter for today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the CEO of Plana. My name is Kim Jae-hyung. Plana is a company that develops advanced air mobility in this era of advanced air mobility. As you can see, we use vertical landing through electric propulsion, and I'm the CEO of Plana, and also work on technology development side of the business. The term advanced air mobility was coined pretty recently. In short, we call it AAM. And within it, we have UAM, urban air mobility, which could also be air taxi, and also RAM, regional air mobility, and even drone falls under this category of AAM. Plana works on developing aircrafts for urban regions, but not only that, considering the infrastructure and regulations, we also work on creating aircraft for mobility within regions. Our company was built in 2021 and was designated as Baby Unicorn Company, and we also opened a US office, and now we have the development center in Ohio, US, and we were lucky enough to receive many awards and are thankful to gain much awareness within the industry. So what makes startup feasible? There can be multiple reasons, but I think the power transit system is the key for Plana, and not only battery, the hybrid system is our core technology so that we can go beyond the technological limitation of existing batteries. For example, batteries have safety issues of ignition and explosion, and it's a short life cycle issue. And the hybrid model is the only solution that is recognized within the industry for now, and that is what our company is focused on at the moment as well. The key part of the AEM is that vertical takeoff and landing is possible. So we have 6 tilt rotors to make electric propulsion possible and are working on developing. The reason we use 6 electric propulsion is because if we use 4 and there's an issue with 1 propeller, vertical takeoff and landing might be difficult. But if you have 6 propellers, it is safe enough in all use cases. And with 1 pilot and 6 passengers, then you can travel up to 500 kilometers is hybrid electric system. And because it is a hybrid system, the battery can last longer and also can reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. And therefore, as a mobility method, as means of mobility, I think helicopter will go out of fashion. And We will be the company that provides aircraft that can replace helicopter to travel within the urban area and also between different urban areas. So I said that we can travel up to 500 kilometer and 5 kilometer can cover this much of area. And from Korea, it can go to nearby cities in China or Japan. And using the advantages of vertical takeoff and landing, we do not need that much infrastructure such as big airports. So probably not everywhere literally, but it is very accessible compared to the existing system. But also we need funds for maintenance of our aircrafts and to train our pilots. And to be prepared for 1 trillion market in 2030, we we continue to work on various aspects of this market, including passenger transportation and freight delivery. We have over 60 experts working for our companies, and also have the R&D center where we can do first-hand research and development. And we were able to create this 3-meter size aircraft that can do vertical takeoff and landing in a very short period of time. And by the end of this year, we are planning to lead the solo traveling to success for our next step. And that was all about Plana. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Electric propulsion, vertical takeoff and landing mobility. That was very impressive. It was Plana CEO Kim Jae-young. And for the rest 5 minutes, the judges will ask questions. If they have any, please feel free to ask questions. Can you hear me well? Good. So one quick question. You said you use 6 blades, and is it an idea protected by IP? Is it patented that your system to use 6 propellers? Has that fact been known in the market from before, or is it your own idea, proprietary idea? It is. So we have our proprietary ideas, but the concept itself of using propellers is the idea of hexacopter that has been applied for drones. So I wouldn't say that it is our own idea that is protected by IP. And also from the business logic property, you have the US office. And looking at the aeronautics laws of the US market, how feasible it is how easy it is to have a manned pilot traveling. So it will be a manned pilot system, not only just unmanned delivery. And considering the law of the US market, and also considering legal size of the US market, how much have you put into consideration? There are market predictions that we will commercialize this in the US and European market first, and having the aircraft infrastructure first, and then having this developed aircraft. The concept itself is not new. However, the level of safety, that's a different matter, because out of 100, I would say we are at the point of 70 out of 100 in terms of safety, meeting safety regulations for our aircrafts in the US. Thank you. So my question is, we are basically a manufacturing factory. You're not an airline, but to use it, there should be electric system, hybrid system, and your focus is more on hybrid. And if the infrastructures were to be focused more on hydrogen, what would be your approach as a hybrid focused company? The upside of the hybrid model is that we don't have to model a whole new system. We can take off and land in local airports, small local airports, that's not international, and also the spot where they support electric landing and takeoff. all types of mobility vehicles, the maintenance at the local spot is very important when it comes to commercialization. Our aircraft uses electric system and not only, and we can also use biofuel that is called SAF, which is considered to be next generation biofuel. So we are not very reliant on heavy infrastructure. So with So I think this is a very large scale for a startup. You said you have 60 employees and there are many problems that you have to address and solve going forward. So in terms of business model, seems that it's likely that it will take a long time until it can meet the break-even point. I think the most important part of the business is funding. And until your business grows into a full-fledged, how are you planning to get the funding? And my second question is, rather than just having a Plana as your single brand, aircraft business itself need many partnerships, many partner companies, and it means many legal contracts, partnership contracts. So first question was about funding and second was about partnership. What's your take on this? Regardless of the country, we are at the step of trying to attract much investment from many big investors. And looking at top 5 companies in this industry, we believe that we should be able to secure much funding from big companies through our Series B round. And that should be our financial foundation, I believe. And before the revenue becomes tangible, we can still do proof of concept and spec introduction. And in terms of partnership, we have 10 very robust partnership and are continuing to expand on the partnership with other companies as well. Yes, no further question, it seems. So that was CEO Kim Jae-hyung from Plana. Must be nervous as a first speaker. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you.
네, 전기 추진 2차
The EVTOL. Well, I was really impressed, and I could see that the jury gave a very sharp questions about the patent and aviation law. And you need a lot of different things to come together to make a concrete achievements. And if you do address those problems, I believe that your ideas can come to fruition. Thank you so much for the first presenter. Now let us move on to the second presenter. The second presenter will be the communication wearable based on the vibration signal. Let us welcome Kim Seung-tae from Intus to the stage.
네, 안녕.
Yes, hello. I am Intus CEO Kim Seung-tae. I believe that you have all come here using subway, and you would hear that you would have experiences of how it's difficult to make a phone call because of subway-related audios. You are not exposed to high levels of noises if you are average citizens, but there are people who are exposed to very high level of noises. There are some people who are exposed to subways every time, and that causes noise-induced hearing losses, and this caused lots of negative consequences. Every year, this noise-induced hearing losses increased by 50%, and 2 years ago, laws were refined, and as a result, they do not nowadays, individuals do not have to prove that this is industrial accidents, and that's why the working environments and the companies are trying to improve the situations to prevent this. In working environments, we see a lot of people using radio devices to communicate, but in this case, you would have to listen to other noisy background noises at the same time, and that's why a lot of the workers don't wear earphones. Also, if they turn it on speakerphones, it means that they cannot use mufflers and they're exposed to various background noises. a lot of the military officials say that noises lead to communication errors, and this can be detrimental for drain trails. Because this can cause disruptions in communications. Also, in power plants and semiconductor plants, to use vibration of humans and also AI to address this. Basically, we are trying to utilize the vocal cord vibrations and use sound detection algorithm using body signals. This will remove the noise and only detect and extract the human voice. Also, using the low calculation and low computing power, we can create a wearable device which is much lightweight compared to the existing device. And as a result, large companies or public companies and military officials with a high level of noises will be our partners, and we're actually working with them. We're in the very early stage of development. In about 80% of the partners, they saw that the sound or the voices were detected well. This year, we also did a validation for the interpretation in the military training, and we saw a very high level of accuracy. So this shows that we can deliver audio in a very clear manner. Just like we can restore the images very clearly, we have to deliver the signals or voice cord signals in a very clear manner. And with our engines or filter engines, we were able to increase accuracy, and we are going to target zero point 0.9 by the end of this year. The wearable market is growing very fast, and in particular, the North American market is the largest. And also in many different areas, wearable devices are used more and more. As we utilize this issue using human vibrations, we can actually tap into the vibration signals from many other living animals or living beings. That is our ultimate goal, and that is the core capabilities of us. After we achieve great outcomes in the industrial working environment, we are going to move into prognosis prediction sector. And we're also going to move into the pet care and ledger VR market and expand the wearable market and scope. And next year, we are going to expand the scope to defense sector and other sectors. And we are going to partner with more companies and provide actual products. We have CEOs who are experienced, and the CTO is also focused on this commercialization. And we also have a lot of individuals experienced in wearables. And we believe that answer lies in the ground. So we are continue to find solutions with the on-the-ground workers. We're going to lead the innovations of the market using this human vibration-based wearable device. That was the second presenter from Intus, which was a communication wearable device based on human vibration signals. That was a very inspiring presentation along with his commitments. Now let us have a 5-minute Q&A session. Please feel free to ask questions. So you said that you're going to use the vibration of the vocal cord, but in that case, you won't be able to recognize the signals coming from tongue. But in many military environments, you don't really need the tongue signal. So, are you going to differentiate the vocal cord and other vibration coming from other organs? Yes, we have been trying to do that. First is about clarifying the voice signals, and second, for the non-signals that do not come from vocal cords, of course, the detection cannot be as clear. So we are going to converge both the sound and also the vocal cord vibration. What is more, going forward, we are going to increase the accuracy of voice recognition by acquiring the signals from vocal cord and voices together, and we're going to add the machine learning to increase the accuracy solely based on human vocal cord vibration. Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to ask one more question for clarification. So why did you decide to introduce this in the working environment first? Because in our daily lives, we are facing similar problems. So you could have used it for general public, and why did you decide to go for the working environment? The CTO, the co-founder, decided to first make this because of medicinal purposes. There are people who can't speak because of illnesses. And we are currently based in Postec, and I also have an experience working for a POSCO-related construction company. And as we were sharing ideas, we thought that this was really needed in the working environment, so we wanted to apply this to POSCO first. So from the development phase, we work with POSCO Future Institute, and that's how we decided to focus on this area first. And okay, then can this be used for audio wearables for the general public? Yes, we are considering that. And the biggest hurdle for that would be, well, this is using vocal cords, so we need to make it more wearable, more convenient. We do not only deal with the audio device, we are also going to expand into VR area as well. Yes, I think that was sufficient enough Q&A session, and we will now end the second presentation. Thank you very much.
입니다. 네, 뭐 현장 노동
Thank you. So we often see on news about these field workers, and probably this everyday noise could be a very big risk for them. So I could feel how compassionate you are for those workers. It was very impressive. So next is our third presenter. So we talked about compassion for others, and this company also has that compassion for those marginalized people. It is Nabiam, a platform that connects underfed kids with restaurants in the neighborhood for warm and healthy meal. Please welcome her with a big applause. Hello, nice to meet you. Warm and healthy meal for underfed kids. We are Nabi, short for sharing vitamin in Korea. Still, there are 31,000 underfed children in Korea. Of course, they get subsidies from the government and food stamp, but not all restaurants accept those food stamps, and they cannot find out. It is not easy to find out which restaurants accept that food stamps, so they just use it mostly for easy cup noodles at convenience stores rather than a real warm meal at a restaurant. So the local communities came to share. So some people came abroad to provide food for children when they present the food stamp. So for many restaurant owners, even though they want to help, sometimes it is not easy because the kids cannot either find the restaurant in some cases, and sometimes because of realistic reasons. So we wanted to break down the psychological barrier that stands between the children and the owners who want to help. And Nabiyam is a company that provides a service to connect underfed kids with restaurant owners on an online basis rather than offline. Because offline-based food stamp system has its limitations, and children have to make phone calls to the restaurants to find out if they accept food stamps, for example. But we have turned this into data in our user participation-based system, so we can cut time to search for stores. And as I said previously, children had to just visit the restaurants and show the food stamp. But on our application, they can just look up the restaurants that are willing to accept the food stamps and make reservations directly online so that they don't have to feel embarrassed by walking into the restaurant and potentially be rejected. And also, this is helpful for restaurant owners as well, because restaurant owners can decide how much they want to share and when they want to share as adjusting to their own situation. And the children can register their food stamp only once at the very beginning of the use. We promote this to underfed children, mostly from Kwanaku for now, with the government support system. We have 3,000 partner restaurants, and in 2 months, we have connected 70 underfed children and has been received very well by people. And we dream of creating butterfly effect so that we can create a virtuous cycle where moms can get out of the sense of guilt. Children can get healthy and warm meal, and the owner partnership restaurants can can raise their brand image and provide help for children who need. So first off, we started to help with the caregiving for underfed children, and as we were developing this business, we found out that this app is not only just for underfed children, but there's potential to reach out to a broader customer base, and this will be able to address the fundamental problem that we wanted to address from the very beginning. And we have almost the same number of parent users and children users, so this is helpful for mothers as well, not only children. So oftentimes mothers feel the sense of guilt for not being able to provide proper food for their children, and this is not just limited to parents of underfed children, but basically all children. So we expanded this business to cover not only parents of underfed children, but also for working moms. A lot of teenage students skip their meals because they have so many extracurriculars studying out of school. So it is difficult for parents to check to make sure that their children are having proper meals. So our income system could be B2B, and in the long term, we are planning on turning into data the children behavior where they are having food and how much they are getting, for example. So this is the market. The underfed children food support market is 650 billion in size. And as we expand this into not only the parents of underfed children, but also just basically working moms, this could turn into a larger lifestyle app for basic general parents. And so we will continue to build on our app capabilities to reach out to the broader audience. I've been a teacher for many years, so I came into contact with many kids and found out how many children are underfed due to various reasons, either due to poverty or any other reason. And we have received many governmental awards like this, and we also work with SKESG Korea and Microsoft and get their support to grow further in a more timely manner. And we will continue to build on our efforts. Thank you. Connecting underfed children with local restaurants. That was very impressive. Thank you. So we will take some questions from the judges. So your main target is for underfed children, and do they usually have smartphones? Yes, we also looked up, and over 80% of underfed children have access to smartphones. That is because local governments or phone companies had this welfare system where they distributed smartphones to children at a very low price. And in particular, many parents of underfed students are working moms, so they particularly are in need of smartphones and have them in many cases. I can feel your kind mind in your intention to provide healthy and warm meal to underfed children. So I will call you a kind company, if I may. So you started this targeting underfed children and talked about expanding your business. At the beginning, you focused on the concept of sharing, but I'm also wondering what's your business model and what's your plan to create revenue, because that's the basic goal of any company. So can you provide more details on how you are going to create revenue and scale up? Yes, at the beginning, we were more in B2G because we were targeting underfed children at the beginning, but as we are expanding it, we believe that we have big potential of scaling up. And to go into more details, as we said, mothers can, not only mothers of underfed children, but just basically working mothers can join the app as well. For example, mothers cannot just give their credit cards to the children because they don't feel comfortable about it. And if they were to do prepaid system or sales on credit, that also has limitations as well. So we are expanding our business to become B2C as well, so we can digitize the way mothers give money for food to their children. And the prepayment as well, most restaurants accept only from 50,000 won, but we can group people with a similar needs together so that we can connect the group with the local neighborhood restaurants. So it will be a more convenient way for mothers to give money to their kids to get food out of their home. Yes, I also have a question. So at the beginning, it was to solve the problem of underfed children. And you said there are 31,000, and from the revenue viewpoint, it's not that big of a market. So I am wondering, so given the market size itself, this platform service might have limitations and not very cost effective. So I was wondering why that was your initial idea. Yes. Microsoft reached out to us and asked us if we want to be a profit company or a non-profit company. And if we want to be non-profit company, Microsoft wanted us to be the part of their CSR program. So we gave a lot of thought into that. But we thought, this might be my prejudice, but I think there are limitations to the impact that a nonprofit organization can create. And give the definition of underfed children, it can mean children who are suffering from poverty, but the definition is actually broader. It can be any children who are underfed due to various other reasons, like their moms being busy and stuff. So we thought the social impact can be bigger if we go nonprofit. Yes, most questions were about business model and revenue making. If there's no further question, that will be end of our third presentation. Please give her a warm round of applause.
So we are seeing these good companies that is working for the sake of the children, and we say that we have to sell a lot, buy a lot from these kind of companies. And if we have these platforms in place, it'll be much better for us to buy a lot of products from them. And at the same time, it will help the children themselves. So we are seeing a lot of fresh ideas coming about, and I hope that it can capture the attention of all of you. Now let us welcome the fourth presenter from Bunch. It is a real-time commercial vehicle tire smart detection system. Let us welcome the head of Pump EU Gun to the stage.
네, 스마트
With Smart Tire, the autonomous truck and the logistics truck can be more safe. Hello, I am from Pump EU Gun. So, truck accidents take up about 30% of the car accidents, and this can be because of the driver's issues and tire issues, and road infra and tire issues take up 35%, and road infrastructure take up about 5 to 10% of the total accidents. And when we meet the era of autonomous cars, this accident rate will go up. Just last year in the US, there were about 400,000 truck-related cases. And unlike passenger vehicles, truck tire has 8 parts. and it has to be replaced every once a year. And tire costs about 1 million won per unit per car. And this means that each truck would have to pay about 18 billion won in tire cost. And this is based on 8-hour operation. And if you look at 24-hour operation, then the tire replacement cycle will be much shortened, and this will lead to tire defect problems. So we are going to add smart sensors within the tires to address this problem. At the eye sensors use TPMS data. So we use tire temperature and tire pressure, but you also look at tire being removed from the body, and we also look at these different issues. But fleet managers are most concerned about fuel economy. And if we add this optimization, we'll be able to increase fuel economy by 7%. So that is the benefit that we are looking for. And when the eye sensors get the data, and you also use wireless communications. So you use edge computing. We use machine learning data, and if you upload this machine learning data to our web servers, this can be communicated to the third parties and our partners. So these problems were already known by many of the tire manufacturers, but in many of the cases, most of the tire companies has focused on passenger cars. However, for commercial vehicles like trucks, they were not really focused on. For them, they were focused on indirect sensors like wheel sensors or acoustic sensors. So that is why, in terms of accuracy and features, we are quite differentiated. So we can do wireless communication, and we provide the 3-axis acceleration. So we have technological capacity, and we are collaborating with these top 2 companies. And let me show you how our sensors work. So this shining part is how the sensor is communicating in real time, and it shows how they are being wirelessly charged. We wanted to first go for passenger car, but we wanted to go for a niche market with less competition. And that's why we have advanced technology that can detect up to 24 tires. And in this truck, we are working with a US tire company, and this is a test being done in Texas. And we completed 2 tests completely, and we are now going for official partners. And radar, CCTV, and photos, they can all be detected, but as for potholes, they cannot be detected using existing device as well, because our device is more better in because we can detect the depth. Trucks have a problem of tires being removed a lot, so we address this as well. We do not sell sensors, we sell data. And we are providing fees at $20 per month. And as you can see, we are just 2-year company, but we were able to partner with all these companies. We cannot identify the names of the companies, but still we were able to sign partnership with these different global partners. So we are going for 7% per year. We are saving this much for a truck, and we also were able to get pre-Series A funding of 7 billion won last week. We have 4 bullet points. We are going to do an official launching in CES 2024, so we expect exponential sales growth. Also, employees can speak different languages like English and Spanish. Also, we are focused on safety. So we are saving the lives of the people. We are drawing the life of autonomous cars. Thank you for listening. So that was the real-time smart tire monitoring system. Thank you for your presentation. So I could understand how fluent you are in English. With that, let us move on to the Q&A session. Thank you for your presentation. So I can see that you're going to go for subscription model, but how do you think would be the payback period? So you're going to charge this much, but how do you expect payback period to be? We expect 60 months. So it's $320 and getting $20. Yes, sensors will be given out for free, and we are just going to charge data subscription fee as subscription model. And also, truck companies, are you going to target truck companies as a whole, or are you going to target individual truckers? That is a critical question. In the case of Korea, a lot of the logistics company hire truckers, that is those with trucks. But in the case of US and DHL or Nippon Express, they have about 150K trucks, and that's why we're going to go for B2B. And that's how we can acquire scalability. And do you have partnerships? Do you have any established partnerships? We have 20 secured accounts, and we have more than 10 NDA level above partnership. Just for clarification, then, so your customer clients are truckers, and for them to use this, you would have to go for B2B. Well, our client is logistics company with trucks and the manufacturers of autonomous trucks. So this tire abrasion, well, if you take a look at that, you have to first diagnose and then you also have to look at solutions. And your company focuses on diagnosis. And solution, what solution is going to be? So we do diagnosis and we are also preventing accidents. As for tire repairs, well, they are the preserves of the local shops. So we're not going to go for that. We're just going to focus on tire detections. So you told us about the tire replacement cycle based on the operation hours. And if you have the statistics, well, you don't need that high tech, highly advanced technology. You just have to replace the tires based on that cycle. So what would motivate the clients to adopt this expensive tires? But unlike the passenger vehicles, commercial vehicles, well, they would have to load very heavy cargo, but in some cases the cargoes can be very lightweight. You can't expect it. And as for telematics and FMS service, for the navigation optimization service, they charge about $20, but these companies have 4 trillion won in annual revenues too. So trucks have to drive continuously. So that's why tire abrasion problem happens, and I understand that. But what about the passenger vehicles? I don't think you need to go for subscription models in this market. And if you are to go into this market, how are you going to gain profits? Well, for ACVs and passenger cars, it's quite easy. It's just 4 tires, and it's quite easy to sense data. So we are going to sell sensors in this market. Okay, let us now complete the Q&A session. That was the fourth presenter. Thank you very much.
상용차를 대상으로 한 스마트 타이어 감지
Smart tire detection system for commercial tires. That was very impressive. And I think the last question was very relevant because I was in a similar situation myself last year in the middle of the highway, in the middle of the driving. So it could be helpful for just individual users like myself as well. So that was very interesting. That was our fourth presenter, and now it's time for our fifth presenter. But let us take a quick break. If you look at the back, there are various booths from many companies and also have refreshments like drinks and popcorns. Please make sure you check out the snack bar, and we will meet here again in 10 minutes. See you soon.
네, 괜찮아요. 네.
네, 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후부터
Ladies and gentlemen, we were going to begin the Youth Grand Startup Edition once again soon afterwards. So I'd like to ask all the participants to come back to where you're seated. Thank you.
Try Everything 2023 National Entrepreneurship Edition is to be continued. Did you enjoy your break? The popcorn smells so good. And this year we also have ice creams. So please take your seats so we can listen to the next presentation. The fifth is an eco-friendly pulp cutlery manufacturer, CEO Yundo of company Nano. Please give him a big round of applause. Good morning. The water that you're taking now, the cup of coffee that you're drinking from, that are the problem that we are addressing right now. In the screen, what ingredients do you think are used for these containers and bottles? They are all made with paper and, to be more exact, with pulp fibers. And we are collaborating with the top companies in the industry to solve the problem of the disposable materials. The government is also paying an increasing attention to this to solve the issue of disposable plastic. And we are part of the effort. We are developing eco-friendly packaging and food containers using pulp. And we use ingredients different from existing paper cups because our products are better in heat preservation and duration. And also, our products seal very tightly, so can be used in retails. And it is water and oil resistance as well, which means we can be used to be cosmetic containers as well. And we do the coating inside, but you can still recycle it as paper, which further highlights our eco-friendliness. So the eco-friendly packaging and food container are the core of our business, and there are some stages included here. First is to break down the source materials so we can extract and concoct natural ingredients. The second is preliminary forming, and we have changed the step from wet system to dry system to cut cost. And third is coating, and by adding coating, we control expression of natural ingredients. We also use eco-friendly ingredients, which some of which are byproducts from tangerines or crop husks. And we do this in a very cost-efficient way. And second, paper molding. Most of the paper molding process has been wet mold based, but we have turned that into a dry based system, which has further helped us cut costs. And third step is eco-friendly coating, and our coating is very water and oil resistance and also strong in heat preservation and duration. Of course, there are already some competitors in the market, and some companies use, for example, algae as their ingredients. But but something that differentiates us from these companies is that we not only focus on the ingredient, but we have balanced technologies to do the coating in a more eco-friendly way, and we also have our R&D center. So I believe that we have strong differentiating factor compared to our competitors. But there's Murim, which is a very big company in this industry, but we have signed an MOU with Murim and turned into partners instead of competitors recently. And we have this process where we assist with the coding of their eco-friendly products as well. And first we started with cup noodle cups. And then next of our step will be for cups and bento boxes that are for one-time use. And then we will expand it further to tackle disposable plastic containers. And as we said, our first step was cup noodle cups, and we're collaborating with Nongxin, a noodle maker, for this step, and we're carrying on test for this. And there's already some containers that we have worked on and is ready to launch. And with brand Pingure, we are working on providing their yogurt container as an eco-friendly package. And also, we are collaborating with different companies, for example, cigarette makers or alcohol beverage makers, so that they can use eco-friendly packaging for their beverages or cigarette boxes. We are accumulating know-how and experience in this field of food container, and we are in B2B, B2C, and B2G as well. And in particular, we have launched a separate line for pet products as well. And about 20 major hotels are using our pet-related products as their amenities. So I have background in business consulting and operation, and I have great team members who can complement me and fill in the gap for me, including experts in technologies. So we're a company struggling to save the earth with disposable products. Thank you. Yes, we could see that you are very serious about eco-friendliness. So we will have to answer some questions. Judges, if you have questions, please feel free to throw it in. So first of all, how big did you say the domestic market is? It's about 1 trillion won, is slightly over 1 trillion. But for example, your first step market, how big is your cup noodle cup market only, which is your first step? So we are replacing styrofoam instead of just paper for now, so it's about 50 billion. So when you're making inroads into the global market later, if you were to expand, is coating technology your biggest strength? Yes, I think so. I think we have most advanced container coating technologies. So we are collaborating with factories in Vietnam, and we are exporting not our product because of cost issues, but are exporting our technologies. But how are your technologies protected? Domestically, we have a patent, and in the overseas market as well, we have some certifications and LICE. We work with credit assessment company LICE. So when we are seeking investment from the global market, LICE has been helping us. Yes, so I have a question. So when we say styrofoam or plastic, they are problems because it takes too long to biodegrade themselves. And in that sense, from the perspective of biodegradability, how good is your technology exactly? So from that perspective, it is almost the same as paper because we use water-based coating, which does not add much different material onto the paper, and it's pretty and very recyclable. And the regular paper cups, they also need to be broken down to actually be recycled as paper, so it's an extra step in the process. But because we use water-based coating system, it is very highly biodegradable and just can be recycled as paper with no plastic. Yes, eco-friendly food containers. So you should have some competitors, and of course, eco-friendly container is better than plastic, but there are other food container manufacturers, but all the manufacturers claim that their product is the best in the market. So what do you think your differentiator is among other food container manufacturers? Yes, that's something I give a lot of thought into. And one thing is we have three technologies that we are juggling at the same time, the technology on ingredients and doing paper model and doing the coding. So those are three pillars. But I think other companies are focused on one of the three, like cutting the cost or just focused on coding or just focused on the ingredients. So sometimes they fail to balance all three, but we are keeping a good balance of all those three pillars so we can provide all-in-one solution, which is our strength even in the global market, I believe. If you were to value up because there are limitations as a manufacturer, how would you approach this? Yes, as a startup manufacturer, it's not always easy. And for now, we are validating our technology and we are thinking of launching one or two lines. And later on, we will have to focus on how to get the funding So there are steps that we have to take, and you mentioned the global market. As you said, exporting the product itself is not very cost efficient because disposable products itself are very cheap. So we are rather focused on exporting our technologies rather than final products so we can get the license fee. So that's the basic revenue model that I'm thinking of. Yes, that was very incisive questions about materializing the idea. So if there's no further question, we'll wrap up here. It was CEO Yuno from Nano. Please give him a warm applause again.
네, 올해 기후
So this year, with the climate change, we are seeing disaster after disaster around the world, and indeed, plastic have become an important problem. And so these companies that are focused on social goods that go beyond commercial values are very important. And of course, companies have to put profits at their minds as well. Thank you for your comments, Jerry. Now let us welcome the sixth presenter. Now let us welcome the company that focuses on AI-based HR automation system, Contigo, that does not require HR official. Please welcome Mr. Chun Seok-won from Contigo to the stage. Hello, everyone. I am here to promote an HR automation service, Contigo, that does not require HR official. I will talk about entrepreneurs. A lot of you are here with us as well. And the entrepreneurs have a lot of expertise and knowledge in their own fields, but after they start their business, and if you become a CEO, you need to take responsibility for areas that you're not expert in. HR is one representative example. Let me give you more examples. Every year, about 1 million people start their own business, but among them, about 40% do not have experience working at a company. And that means that they have no experience in HR. So whenever an HR issue comes up, they do not have a prior experience to tap into. And this is not just an issue for them, but still, because of these issues, they often end up violating the labor law without knowing. There could be some major violations like getting briberies, but most of the violations involve minor cases such as those involving contracts. And sometimes you do not issue the certificate of salaries, and that's why you are reported. So just because you cannot meticulously manage HR, you are reported on. And until now, HR services have focused on improving the efficiency of the HR officials. And so you have to know all of these terms like comprehensive salaries or non-taxation incomes. Well, these terms will be very easily known by the HR officials, but for the startup CEOs, you may not know of them, and that's why a lot of the HR apps may not prove helpful for you. And I believe that this is happening not just because of your fault, it's because of the circumstances. And that's why we decided to introduce different functions into one model. And second, we also decided to turn the account system based on humans. And also, we also made a mobile-based system. And fourth, we also added AI partner that was not experienced before. So you'll be able to converse with an AI partner and you can set your company's HR policies. And from contract to attendance management to salary management, everything is done automatically. We are different from existing insurtech companies in two manners. First, the main users are the startup CEOs, not HR officials, and that's why we applied AI robots. And second, the account-based system is not like the existing system. Each individual employees would have the account. So it is as if the startup CEOs have contract with individual employees. So even after the employees quit their jobs, they can utilize their employment data. And to reinforce the human-based account, We also use the NFT technology to prevent forgery, to improve the efficiency of the work history management. So, in terms of cost or legal, you can prevent a lot of issues from happening. So, we provide preventive measures for you. And this can be applied from day one that you start a business, even when you don't have an HR team in place. We have been focusing on automation from HRM, but we are going to move on to HRD as well. So that's how we are going to advance our service going forward. And we are going to expand into the Japanese market. And of course, meeting entrepreneurs are difficult. So we are going to set up a hub. And so with Kakao Mobility, Google, and Japanese companies, we are forming a partnership. And our business model is composed of three parts. First is about advancing the HR technology as is. And after we scale up, we are going to provide various products to our customers. And thirdly, we are going to become a data business based on the human accounts. And by 2024, we expect a BEP on average, and we hope to have an annual revenue of 10 billion won in 5 years. We are a small company, but we have done HR and we have developed service, and we have done this for over 15 years. So we are a small but strong team. HR is a very difficult problem for startups, and we will solve the problem for you. Indeed, HR is a headache for a lot of the companies. So this solution based on AI was the sixth presentation. Now let us move on to the Q&A session. This is a well-established service, I guess. Do you need the service to be that neat? Well, just as I mentioned for the previous speaker, do you really need that? Because that's not how the world works. Well, you can make it not that high quality. Because for company's sake, it can actually add efficiency. Do you really think that it is really needed by the companies? Have you heard the VOCs from the field? When you use our service, well, you would have to at least go to the admin because you need to give out the salaries. And you would also have to do other HR work. So people say that they have to spend at least 2 days doing HR work. So we're saving 2 days of their time. And even when the HR officials come in, when humans do this, there could be errors. And this could demotivate people because it is a repetitive task. And HR officials should actually be in charge of making organizational culture more healthy. And if the HR officials only do this simple and repetitive task, it will be a waste of human resources. So our system can address this problem. And 60 companies are working with us. And Kakao Mobility is one of the large clients of us. And what they say is the attendance management or the overtime payment management, which is a menial work that has been done by junior managers, is no longer needed because of the introduction of this system. I have difficulty understanding something. But you are focusing on early stage startup without HR official. And why are you having Kakao Mobility, a large company, as a client? And I wonder how you're going to bring in early customers because most of the HR actually can be done well if you Google things well. And a lot of the complicated problems are left for the labor expert. So I think there's a discrepancy between your early customer target and your actual target. Our main target is the startup without HR officials, but there are cases where HR officials work are not done efficiently. So even though a company might have an HR team, they can use our service, and that's why we have Hakka Mobility as our client. And of course, you can Google HR work, but even if you have the answers, you need to put it into operation. For example, you need to update an annual leave or monthly leave for certain individuals. And if you don't do so, it can lead to some conflicts. Well, in my team, in my previous team, a manager of mine had to do overtime every day. And that company was of 100 people, but about there were a lot of people who had taken leave. And even though people know things, how to deal with this, in principle, they don't know how to do things in reality. And as you said, our second primary customer are labor experts. They need to automate the manually written down data, and our service can tackle this area. So to clarify, for companies with less than 10 people, they can need it. But once there is a standardized process, they won't need the service anymore. And also, for companies with more than 10 people, they hire HR officials because they have to deal with confidential problems. So I believe that you need to have a clear positioning about whether to target the early stage startups or large startups. But listening to what you said, it's quite ambiguous. Your clients seem to be quite ambiguous. So what is your clear target? Our clear target is the companies with more than 10 people and the companies that have HR problem. When a company has more than 10 people, actually, our target is companies with more than 20 people. That is the company with 20 to 30 people. It is about automating repetitive tasks so that the HR officials can focus on the core tasks. So if you don't have any questions, let us end here. That was the sixth presentation from Contigo. Please give him a big hand.
자, 이 자리에 아마
So I'm not sure if there's any HR team lead among the audience. So you may have many questions about HR management, and there were many incisive questions, but he was very passionate in giving the answers. And that was our sixth presenter, and we have two teams left, and our seventh presenter is... Usually I can give a short description to give the idea of what this company is about, but today our CEO Jung Chang-yun from Baekgyong Jumruso will present something special, what the product, what he calls Chirano Peach. New traditional liquor to replace beer. We are Baekgyong Distillery. Nice to meet you. Do you like wine? If you look at the wine bottle, there are various information on the label, like the rating, the kind of grape news, the bottler, etc. So just by looking at the label, you can check out if it's daily wine or luxury wine. And it's similar for Japanese sake as well. Sake label has a ton of information. For example, the kind of yeast, the milling rate, and just by reading it, you can predict what it will taste like. So what do you think it will be like for traditional liquors? On the label of traditional liquor, it only states the ingredients such as the kind of rice, but it does not have such much detail that a wine label or sake label might have. And there's no rating info on the label of traditional liquor, which is why it is hard to gain credibility from the customers. So I went from Jeju to Sejong to become a farmer, basically. I was born in my parents were a Korean medicine doctors. So they use different kind of ingredients, natural ingredients, to create healthy ingredients, and many of them can be actually be turned into a malt. So I decided to tap on the technology, and so that's why we not only can create malt and but also have our own process of producing traditional liquor, and we do manual mass production with 2 people that can create 48 ton of liquor a year. So this is what the market looks like right now. As of 2020, the whole market stood at about 8.8 trillion, but the traditional liquor takes a very small share of it. And beer takes up about 4 trillion, and my benchmark was Horoyoi of Japan. If you've ever traveled to Japan, you must have seen this, and I believe this is being imported into Korea as well. But recently, as people's credibility about Japanese products are decreasing, and also it have many additives, the sales has been on the decline. So these are the products that we've been working on. We basically create traditional liquor, but translate them into a combination of traditional style and beer, soju, and stuff. And there are some tasting notes like this. This is what our tasting notes of our signature products look like. And expected launch date of our products on the screen. And our first product was Cirano Peach Peach. It used 2 different types of rice, and it uses the technology to brew the drink 3 times. And 20% of the ingredient is peach, which is a specialty product of Sejong City. So this tastes very strongly of peach. We did some customer profiling, and this is our likely customer. Her name is Kim Soo-jin. She likes to drink alone at home, and she likes to camp as well. She is not very in favor of working out, but she likes to have healthy food, and she cares about health even when she's drinking. And we believe there are many such potential clients in the Korean market. We received subsidy from the Sejong City and create a facility where we can create 42,000 bottles a month. I already have experience of launching 2 distilleries previous to this, so I believe my experience is very relevant, and I also have great experience and background when it comes to marketing and promotion as well. Recently, we provided our product for promotion in a famous YouTube channel, and I also took part in the competition for traditional liquor making and also gave lecture to other people as well. So these are also some of our products, and these are the ones that's targeting those in the 50s and 60s, and these are other lines of products, and these ones actually target people in their 20s and 30s, unlike the previous one. And these are our team members. We have our advisor who work on new product development, and we have someone running the factories, and we also have a young farmer. And our mission is to collaborate with local farmers and lead the traditional liquor market. Thank you. So the product was Cirano Peach Peach. It was sparkling clear liquor, very cute name. That was 5 minutes of presentation, and now we will entertain some questions. Yes, so your key focus is on traditional liquor when you brand it, and the name is pretty cute, and I think it tailors to younger generations, but it feels like there's a gap between the people's awareness of the traditional liquor and the very cute name. After my wife gave birth, she wanted to have drink, but she said that I only make hard liquor, so I had to make something soft and tasty. And my kid's nickname is Cirano. That's why we have that name in the product name. And then we use peach. So therefore our product name became Cirano Peach Peach. And I think it appeals to women in their 20s and 30s. And you also talked about the label info on traditional liquor, that traditional liquor label does not contain detailed information like other categories. So what improvements did you make in this sense? as we said, we use 2 different types of rice, and we do 3 times brewing technology, and would want to include this information in the label in our new products. Yes, you said your parents were Korean medicine doctors and you have background and experience in the liquor. I could feel that you have pride in it. But there are so many different liquor products in the market. And also there are a lot of imported beer, like Jeju ale beer. So just a bunch of different types of liquor in the market already. And I think the focus on Peking Distillery should be how we can target our focus group to differentiate ourselves in the market, because there are so many competitors, and it should be more than just providing products for YouTube channels. Yes, we have long experience, so we already have partner companies, and we will use our partner retailers most of all, and we will also target camping lovers. And we will put traditional liquor in a can so that it is more convenient for campers, because, and especially also because if it is bottled, the sterilization process becomes more complicated. If I look at individual slides, it all talks about nice stuff, but you have your target customer profile. Her given name was Kim Sujin. Do you think it matches well with the concept of traditional liquor and the name Tirano Peach Peach? So I don't really see the balance between your potential customer, the people's awareness of traditional liquor, and the name of the product. Yes, Kim Sujin was modeled after my wife. My wife and wife's friends like cute characters. So that was basically the core reason. And when it comes to marketings, for women in their 30s and 40s, women do not like something strong. So that's why we added a high portion of peach. So if there's no further question, that was Jung Chan-young, our 7th presenter. It was CEO Jung Chang-young from Baekhyun Distillery. Thank you.
네, 무슨 아이템인가 싶었는데
So I wonder what he's going to talk about, and it was alcohol that I also very like. And I could see that he is a very loving husband too, because he mentioned a lot about his wife, and also he talked a lot about how it's going to collaborate with the community, and I look forward to his success. Now we only have our last presenter left, and for a good alcohol, we need good food to go along with that, and we're going to welcome An Bing-rin from Cheonyeon Jikyang to the stage.
아마 또 시식해 볼
So I guess that she has brought some sampling for the jury. Hello, everyone. We are a company that produces the alternative meat to Korean cow for the first time in the world. So this is not Korean cow. This is alternative meat. In hatba or pizza or shillamyeon, I believe that you like that. And this includes a lot of alternative protein. And you might think that the soybean meat ramyeon will not be so delicious, but it has gotten a lot of investment from large scale wealthy investors, and that's because the cow are wasted. A lot of the cow parts are wasted, and it involves a lot of carbon emissions. And also, cow produces a lot of carbon emissions. And even though we persuaded the people because it is not good for their health, they were not persuaded, because cow lovers cannot just cut down on them overnight because they love cow. And alternative meats came about, but they were not enough. First, that was because people thought that alternative meats were artificial, and they thought that it were like chemical, and there were no steak type meats. 60% of the meat market is steak type. And if you look at the major alternative meat, they sell shredded meat. the steak type meats are provided only by two companies in the world. They got about 5.7 billion and 3.8 billion, and they were of high quality by looking at it, but they didn't taste good. So we created marbling using 3D modeling, but we also provide the lean meat. We also provide the meat with marbling of up to 45%. As for the flavor, we are collaborating with Seoul National University and we create the flavor of cow meat. The umami in the cow meat can be replicated with mushroom, and we have patent regarding that. And our packaging is also eco-friendly as well. They're based on upcycled wood, and it gives the feel of fine dining to the customer. So the existing alternative meat was really expensive, but we were able to reduce it to 15,000 won from the existing 400,000 won per 1 kilogram. And a lot of people loved this alternative meat. A lot of people who love the meat confuse it with actual meat. And based on the quality test, it turned out that people thought that it was very soft and tender and of high quality. And we did a blind testing for 130 people, and they liked it as if they liked cow meat. But once we told them that it is alternative meat, people did not like it. And that's why it's important to serve them as food. And indeed, about 50% of the foreigners are non-vegans. 50% of our customers are foreigners, and about 90% of them are vegans. And we are going to target these stores, and we're going to also target flag stores, B2Cs, and B2B. And we are also going to go for meal kit service in Market Curly and Hyundai. For B2C, branding is really important. And as Vogue featured us here, and it's important to sell them as food. I'm not telling you that we have to be a vegan overnight. I'm telling you to eat 3 times out of 5 times. And we expect the market to grow a lot, and we expect the revenue to be 1 billion. And we are going to have a meeting with Whole Food soon, and we were going to have a lot of social values. And with 1 kilograms, we can save carbon of about 170 tons. And we can save a carbon emissions a lot. And we are scientists, so we can provide quantitative values, but as chefs, we also provide qualitative values. We can continue global partnerships. And I am also a food engineer in the Seoul National University as well, producing these different alternative meats. We would have to remove negative perceptions toward alternative meats, and I look forward to your attention. Yes, thank you for your introduction of alternative meats. So this was the last presentation. Let's move on to the Q&A session. Thank you for your introduction. So you say that marbling can be up to 45%, but marbling is oil. And can that oily flavor be replicated in the alternative meat? Do you have any technological patent? Yes, for marbling patent, it involves not just appearance-wise marbling. We also have the patent about the healthy benefits and the flavory taste of the marbling. But you're not using the non-oily taste, right? We include coconut oil, but we wanted to reduce calories, so we add other ingredients as well. So I would have to evaluate without having to taste it. So I hope to taste it. But if you go for a food market, it's quite difficult to scale up. Do you have a reason for focusing on this market? If you take it out of the packaging, you will see that this packaging is done tightly. And for B2B or B2G, we are going to go for that to reduce the cost. And for Australia or the US, which has already good perception about alternative meat, we can definitely take a different approach. But if when you differentiate Korean cow and Wagyu, we don't just look at marbling, right? But marbling of course, in Korean cow, it has about 10 times the umami of the meats. So in order to make it more flavory, you need to have a lot of umami and you need to replicate it using plant-based ingredients, and that's what we are focusing on. But that's only in Korean cow. Are there any ways to make it into Wagyu? How can you enter the Japanese market? For Japan, well, they sell very high quality meat, so it's quite difficult to sell alternative meat. But Hanu and Wagyu, their umami is quite different. It's quite same, but Wagyu they use a very high quality cow. So we can target the Japanese market with price competitiveness. And also for Japan, they care a lot about packaging and they care a lot about mastery. I think that we have a competitive edge there as well. I agree with your purpose, but it can be quite expensive in developing the product, and you would have to do marketing for the US and Japan. So, how are you going to raise capital? We are planning on pre-seed investment and tips. We don't. As for Series A, we are going to have 3 billion, and for seed, we're going to have 100 million to 500 million, and we're going to create a large-scale facilities. We can create 300 kilograms per day, and per week, this means that we can earn 3 billion. So at least in the early stage, we can maintain ourselves. In the slide, of course, there's a market for vegetarians or vegans. And you said that this alternative meat will change the perception, but I don't think that this will work because in the case of market, the whole point would be to remove the negative perception. And how are you going to do that? Do you have any strategies? Everyone knows of the importance of addressing climate change and carbon emissions, but a lot of people don't want to eat alternative meats because they seem artificial. So instead of focusing on the plant-based part of this meat or focusing on the social good that it can create, we have to focus on how hip it can be, how cool it can be. So we're not going to use the term alternative meat. We're just going to provide it as a meal. We are going to show it as aesthetic and we're going to have a good packaging on it and we're going to add a lot of influential marketing to make it look fancy. So that concludes our last presentation. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much. Please give her a big hand. So it seems it's quite difficult to taste the samples. Okay, that's raw meat. I didn't know that. So I love meat. So when you talk about vegan alternative meat, I know it's good, but I'm not really sure whether it was delicious. But she told us how we can usher in a new era where alternative meat can be good and delicious. Now, this ends our session. We could feel the heated passion of the participants. And whenever I see this passion myself, I really can expect how our Korean startups can lead the global startup market. Now, this brings us to the end of today's session. Please note that the award session will be given in the Try Everything Awards at 4:30 p.m. I look forward to your participation. Even though the audition came to an end, I believe the startup journey will continue on. I hope that all Koreans can continue to freely start their business and expand into the global market. And we at Try Everything will support you on your journey. Thank you everyone for participating both online and offline. This marks the end of today's session. I was Yu Han-sol from MBN. Thank you.
자, 그리고 잠시 참가자 여러분.
And I would like to make an announcement. As mentioned before, the Try Everything Awards will be held at 4:30 p.m. at Art Hall 1. And to all the award winners, make sure to be at Art Wall 1.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, everyone. I am Im Jae-won from Kopija. I'd like to make a presentation on our journey as a pizza company, and I'll tell you about how we could combine AI and robotics and food tech, and how we are growing into a global food company. We started off as a food truck, but now we have grown into a much bigger company, and I'll tell you what kind of attitude and mindset I had. And I will tell you about what kind of attitude that entrepreneurs should have. It seems that there's a technical problem. Sorry for that. Okay, I got it now. Could you please replace it with a new one? Sorry for that. So, first of all, this is the share prices of Kyochon, which is the most popular chicken brand in Korea. And this is also the share price pattern of McDonald's, which is the most popular food company in the world. You can see that the valuation of Kyochon is 200 billion, and McDonald's is 1,000 times that of that. It's 280 trillion. McDonald's is a big name, so you may think that it's understandable. But if you think about it, the valuation or the market cap is that of Samsung Electronics. And is there a reason why Kyochon is 1,000 times less valuable than Kyochon? So we wanted to understand why some companies succeed tremendously and why some companies do not. And that's how we decided to start our own company. So in the beginning, we started off from McDonald's. So what do I mean by this? I like pizza, but I like McDonald's. I go to McDonald's once a week, and McDonald's sell hamburgers. And if you think of a food as a target, consumers would do not have any barriers where they do not have to spend a lot of time or money to eat the hamburgers, and they can go to the McDonald's shop alone. However, if you think about a pizza, a goal, there are actually a lot of barriers. There are price barriers. It's about 20 to 30,000 won, and also it takes about 1 hour to deliver in, and you need about 2 to 3 people to eat together. Hamburgers and pizzas are all popular food, but the journey for those foods were quite different. So I thought that we would have to remove the barriers for the pizzas. So that's how I wondered why McDonald's do not sell pizzas, and that's how I decided to create a company that sells pizza like McDonald's. So that's why I opened our company in 2015, and we started as a food truck company after a year's preparation. And it's been 7 years since I started business. I don't have any particular political color, but I was part of the delegation, presidential delegate to the US, and I also did a demonstration for the president. And now we have the highest valuation of the F&B company in Korea. So we got an investment of 45 billion, and in accumulation, we will get 60 billion won in total. So our market cap would be that of Kyochon. Of course, we are non-public, so we are not sure whether this will continue on if we go public. But still, this shows that the capital market is recognizing this company, which is about 1/10 of the size of Kyochon. And I will tell you why we were able to be successful in the capital market. So these are the pizzas that we sell right now. For those of you who don't know of us, we sell pizzas for one, and this is the shape of our pizza, and we have the logo here, and that represent the shape of our pizza. When we first thought of Pizza in 2015, as I said before, I thought of why McDonald's is not selling pizza, and I wanted to understand what was the problem. McDonald's actually sold pizza in 1960s, but operation was difficult. It was difficult to make pizza there, and that is why they stopped the service. Hamburgers can only take about 3 minutes, but pizzas take much more time. So that's why McDonald's could not provide the same service. And you may think that pizza is not too difficult. And I also made pizza myself at home. I was a office worker, so I had to spend every weekend making pizza, but it didn't lead to quality pizza. So that's how I realized it's quite difficult to make pizza at home. I didn't have money and I didn't have time to go to an academy. So in the weekend, I started a part-time job in a pizza franchise to understand why it's difficult to make pizza. I wanted to understand it firsthand. But then I was going to work in the weekdays, and in the weekend, I did the part-time job. I That was after about 4 to 5 months since I made the determination, and I think it was good that I did it both ways. If I stopped the operation and had the team members and got the capital, it would have been a different path. But I went to a job and I did a part-time job in the weekend as a side job. So looking back at myself 8 years ago, I would like to pat myself on the back. So at first, I had to flatten out this dough, and this dough is usually frozen. So you would have to unfreeze it. But this dough is quite thick, so it takes a lot of time to unfreeze it. Also, if you freeze it so fast, it's not delicious. So you would have to predict how much it's going to sell the next day. So you would have to unfreeze it in the refrigerator. So this means that you would have to predict this in advance. But that prediction was not scientific. The manager would just estimate. He would just estimate, say, let's have 184 for tomorrow. And he didn't give us why. He just thought that he intuitively thought it was the case. So it was all based on rules of thumb. And if pizzas sell much more than estimate, then we would have to freeze it on a microwave oven, and that's why it's not tasty. And if it sells less, we would have to store it in a refrigerator, and that also leads to not tasty pizzas. And that's all because of dough. So taste of the pizza depend on dough and how to freeze the dough. And you would have to flatten out the dough manually, but I'm not actually good at that. So even though I spent about 3 weeks doing that, I couldn't flatten out the dough in a quite good manner. I just put up topping to hide it. And I realized how even global pizza factories or global pizza franchises have these drawbacks. And I was quite curious how this model was sustainable. So that's how I thought that why don't we standardize the pizza dough and make it ready-made so that they can be used right away. And secondly, as you can see, pizzas have to be heated 8 minutes to 9 minutes in this fire pit. And I was quite frustrated because in McDonald's, you have to serve hamburgers in 3 minutes, but pizzas take about 10 minutes to just heat it up. So it's difficult to serve the pizzas fast. So I was at the verge of giving up, but I decided to come up with new ways to heat the pizzas up. And also, the the kitchen was really large and there were about 10 different refrigerators, and I told him, the restaurant owner, how much it takes. And he said that it took about 5 million won to build all of that. I didn't have much money then. I was young, so I couldn't really guess how long it would take. Based on a rough estimation, I would have to retire first, and I would have to work until retirement to build up this kitchen. So without large capital, I decided to go for a small scale kitchen. So again, I thought of how whether it's possible to make a ready-made dough and how to heat the pizzas fast. And I looked it up in the internet and I found a ready-made dough, which is a par-baked dough or partially made dough. There were already partially made dough and the internet. And if you search for this on the internet, you will be able to buy it yourself. But it's 2,201 or 2,501 per unit. And our pizza is 5,901, which is about the cost of McDonald's. But if dough costs 2,201, it wouldn't be affordable for us. But I thought that there would be a way to lower this cost. And I tasted it, and it wasn't tastier compared to raw dough, but I thought that there would be a way to make it more delicious, and I wanted to prove the concept. And I looked the internet up, and it turned out that Italians can bake the pizzas within about 120 seconds, just like people fry egg. And I wanted to understand why, and I realized that fire pit was the secret key. So I thought that if we can combine the ready-made dough and this fire pits method, we can make pizzas in less than 3 minutes. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible if I was a food expert. I just wanted to address this problem, and that's how I was able to come up with this new solution. I decided to combine the familiar with unfamiliar. And that's how I was able to finally come up with the pizza in 3 minutes in the small fit kitchen. So with par-baked dough and with the fire pit, I was able to make pizzas in 3 minutes. And I developed menu based on Google, and I made 6 different menus. And what should I do now? I would have to sell, right? Okay, I will do this now. So I started off with my food truck, and it took about 25 million won. I told you that I had 3 million won, and I spent all of them on buying fire pits. Then from 2015 February to 2016 March, for that 1 year, I earned a lot of money and I did the part-time job, and I saved 5 million won. And I needed an additional 20 million won, and I wondered how. And well, I must have told a lot of people about this idea, right? Because I was preparing for a business then. And my friends, and back then, my then girlfriend, my wife, and my parents and my acquaintances uh, saw how outrageous a work I was doing. I was doing a part-time job in the weekend, and I was preparing for a food truck. And for them, they thought it was a very joyful journey, and they wanted to see how far I would go. So 3 to 4 of my friends and my girlfriend and my parents lent me the money, and of course got a lease from the bank as well. And I was able to get about 20 million won in total. Many people want to know how to raise capital, but now we have a lot of government grants. But at the same time, you would have to be able to gain capital from those who are closest to you, because if those who are closest to you can't even lend you the money, and if they can't even trust your business model, you wouldn't be able to succeed. So if you spend a lot of time and energy on a certain project. And if all of those around you are able to trust you with their money, you will be able to begin well. So basically, I started my project with this money, and I did business right in front of this DDP. I started my business in night markets, and this pizza started in Yeouido first, and on the very first day, I was able to gain much more than my monthly wage. I sold about 3 million won. Back then I was getting about 2 million won in wage because I was employed at a startup. And because I got this much money on the first day, I felt a lot of joy. And the next day, well, I realized that people were lining up for about 3 to 4 hours. You might have realized or experienced how many people line up before a food truck. It may not be such a good food, but people like the vibe, and that's why they volunteer to line up. And looking at those lines, I realized that I would have to serve them faster because if that's the case, I can earn more money.
So first I had only one fire pit in the truck, so I had to hunker down, and there was another person who was adding the topping. So basically, we needed more fire pits. So I thought of ways how to do that. So we decided to place it out of the truck so we could place 3 fire pits and then was able to have 5 people adding the topping. So it was 3 people truck, but after 6 months, now we had 12 people working on the truck. And we were selling maximum 300 a day before, but after that, we were able to sell about 1,000 pieces a month. So almost, that was not much difference than my yearly salary that I was making as a salaryman. So many food trucks just stay as they are because they think that it was enough money. But after making some money for 2 to 3 weeks, we invested back to the truck. So when we had money, we reconstructed the truck. We added a fire pit. We keep updating it, and so after 8 months, we were able to yield 3 to 4 times more than other average food trucks. So with the food truck and with my part-time experience, I think I was always trying to identify the problem and act fast on the problem so that it could have bigger ripple effect after some months or years. And then while working on the food truck, I said, well, I used fire pit to bake pizzas, and it wasn't easy. It was kind of stressful because I always had to be around the truck, but on some days I wasn't around the truck, and there was always some issue with the fire pit. It was malfunctioning for some reason when I was not around, and what it looks like is that it has fire on one side of it, so the pizza that's closer to the fire is baked first. So you have to turn around the pan so that it cooks evenly. So if you go to a pizza place where they have fire pit, you can see that they have a very long shovel uh, to replace the pizza around the fire. And ours was a small pit, and we had 6 pieces within the pit. So sometimes people would get hurt because of the fire. And to have someone standing next to it all the time to use the shovel to put the pizza close to the fire um and it wasn't as a thing, so our part-time workers, I needed to pay my part-time workers well, and if someone's not coming, then we didn't have replacement manpower, then I had to do it myself. And if 2 people were not coming into work, then it was half the income. So I thought that using the fire pit itself, I cannot be the pizza version of McDonald's. McDonald's have 38,000 stores all around the world, but I thought if I cannot handle 8 fire pit in one food truck, I cannot grow this into a big business. That's why I had to shift away from the food truck and focus more on the fire pit. So I started to develop a good fire pit. But I was not an engineer, and I didn't have enough money to put into R&D. It was not because I had abundant resources. It was because the problem was clear and the And the solution was clear to me. It was that the fire adjustment is difficult, and it is very likely that some parts of the pizza is overcooked and some part is not. So the issue with using the fire pit was pretty clear. So I wanted to automate some parts like rotating the pizza pan so a person does not have to do it all the time around the oven. So that's why I started working on the development of fire pit. And I visited factories that make kitchen utensils and said, I have this much of budget. Can you please help me making a prototype? And when I was making that request, I gave them a hand drawing of my idea. So it can look like this. Oh, we can have the fire on and off automatically. We can have automatically rotating pan. So I did 3 to 4 months of doing that and then was able to have a prototype. So I'm giving you a quick rundown. It has been like at this point I was about 1.5 year into the business and in 2017 I was able to create a fire pit that actually meet my needs, and we now call this Goven, which is one of our core product, and we are using 200 of these units all around the world. And when trying to secure investment, many people were skeptic because they thought getting an investment as a pizza food truck was not easy. But I was looking into the future. Let's say, for example, the share, I think the reason the share prices of Kyojin chicken is not rising is because the population size is decreasing in Korea. Um, it is said that in a very near future, the Korean population will decrease by 30 million, and it amounts to a population of Ulsan area decreasing every 2 years. So in 10 years, it's just the mere number of people who can be pizza consumers or chicken consumers will decrease significantly. So meaning it is a declining market. So from the investor point of view, because it is unlikely that there will be more consumers going into the futures, and from the investor viewpoint, it doesn't make sense to invest in such companies, right? That is why many F&B companies try to get global investment. And as I said, I wanted to be the pizza version of McDonald's, the global pizza company with 10,000 pizza stores all around the world. But many people were skeptic. But I didn't give up. I started with a food truck. I worked on the street, and I made 30 to 40 million dollars a month, even without investment back then. So if I wanted to stop there, that was enough money already, and it wasn't a must that I get investment to scale it up. But I wanted to go further, so I worked on R&D of equipment. So now I have a very marketable business model, and you could say this is primitive, but I do have a core technology. So combining these two, my dream is to be a pizza version of McDonald's. So it's a long way to go, but from an investor point of view, they can see my history and they will able to identify the gap that is fillable enough. The same goes when you are recruiting people. Pizza truck itself is not even a startup, it's just a street truck, literally. So I didn't exactly look like a CEO. And I don't know if I can even call this an office, but we had a small basement unit back then. But even back then, I had the vision that I can be a pizza. I can have like pizza McDonald's global store, and that was the mindset that I had from the beginning. So in the basement unit, my partners would come to my basement office, small basement office, to discuss my business. So I didn't give up on my dream. And I knew that my business was very, very small back then, but I would pitch to the investor that I'm doing my best like this, my track record is this, and it is not impossible to have to grow into a global company. And now we have over 500 employees all over the world, and our headquarters is in Gwanghwamun. And first, we started in Taechi area. Our first store was in Taechi area. It kind of looked like a food truck at the beginning, and it was lucrative from the beginning. And the Taechi area ranks first or second almost all the time in terms of sale, even now. So around that area, students were actually coming to our pizza store like they would go to McDonald's if they have only 10 to 20 minutes in between their curriculum and it was less than 10,000 won and they can have pizza for each for one of them. So they will go to Subway, Mom's Touch, Kimbap, and then cold pizza would be their easy option as well. But before that, usually pizza is not very accessible for lunch because it will be expensive and it takes a long time. So students would split up pizza, but now that the students were using Go Pizza like McDonald's, I felt very rewarding to see that, and we were able to increase the number of the stores very fast. So that was in 2018. So I think I was kind of too proud back then. I thought that doing business was easy, but then it took a different turn. This picture came up online and I started receiving some bad feedback from customers. And looking at this, so now I have to find out who did that. So first I would do Instagram searching to find out which store this came out from. And so if someone posted this on Instagram, I would do kind of Instagram stalking, if you will, to find out like which store it was and which staff it was to. And for me, it was to find out and solve the problem. But if someone posted up that I can do this, but in 97% of the case, if this would happen to them, they would not post it. They would just decide that they will never get Go Pizza ever again. So that was my big concern in my mind. So I thought I would probably have surveillance camera on all stores and monitor how staffs are adding staff. And that also has limitations because we need the manpower checking that all the time. And back then we had a TV show named like alley restaurants, and there's this chef who give good advice and consulting to restaurants, and I would watch them program often. And that made me think a lot about ways to improve the process. And that's how I came across AI technologies. So nowadays, AI is a buzzword and is talked about a lot. But this was in 2019, so the concept of AI was not very familiar to people as it is now. So it's also a abstract concept, if you will. But to put it very simply, computers can make decisions on behalf of people based on the data. That's what AI does. So for example, let's take pepperoni pizza for an example. So we put pepperoni topping on the pizza and we ask the computer, we show the pepperoni photo to the computer, we train it, we tell them this is pepperoni, and the color differs little by little. But we give them enough data so that they can learn what pepperoni looks like. So the computer learns it. So that's what we call machine learning, to put it very simply. We feed the data and the model learns about the data and then it can ask me, like, for example, is this pepperoni? Then I do yes, no, true, false, to train the data. And then at one point, the computer becomes smart enough to recognize and distinguish pepperoni with 97% of accuracy. So this is how we used machine learning AI for topping. So my idea of a surveillance camera, putting it together with all the consulting ideas that I saw from the TV show, I started adopting AI in our process and adopted what we call AI smart topping table. So AI can now give a judgment on what the topic looks like. So for example, if a regular pepperoni pizza should have 16 pieces of pepperoni, but something has 13, then the AI can tell us that it has not enough topping and can tell the cook that, hey, you need 3 more pieces of pepperoni on it. So not only AI smart topping table, but as I said, the Goven and this far baked dough, those are our 3 pillars that is leading our business. And with the development of COVID virus, we are also working on the robots as well. So it was like we reinvented the process of cooking pizza. So I told you that when I first bought the far baked dough online, it was not tasty and experienced, but now we can produce it at the 1/4 price that compared to back then, and the taste is also much better. And I think we are the only company that has a factory that is dedicated to creating far baked dough in Korea. And it is through this process that we can cook pizza within 5 minutes to deliver to the customers. And I think we are the only company who takes this process to cook pizza.
So let me give you a video to show you how this technology works. And this video is in English, so I'm gonna add some comments.
the CEO and founder of GoPizza. At GoPizza, we focus on technologies that help humans, such as Part-Baked Dough, AI Smart Topping Table, Govin, and GoBot Station. And the entire system is run by our good friend here, Govis. So let me take you inside our kitchens and show you. 네 가지 기술.
So I'm gonna tell you about 4 different technologies.
저게 저희 공장.
So this is our factory. So this is how the dough looks like. Anyone can start topping right away on those doughs. And this is the AI Smart Topping Table. And it can recognize all of the ingredients. And you put on the topping, following the lights. And if you don't put in enough toppings, it lets you know.
We are making a huge paradigm shift in the F&B industry, from resolving complaints to preventing. 고객들에게
So we can know what's wrong before we give it out to the customer, so we can prevent any customer complaints in advance.
Than a normal pizza oven. When pizza or pasta is out, GoBot Station is waiting. Now, GoBot Station checks the quality, and I already know what pizza it is.
화덕에서 구워져서.
So once the pizza comes out of the fire pit, you do the quality checks, and it automatically cuts the pizza and stores it. And in the meantime, I can do something else. Even without me having to look, all the process is done automatically.
This is how we standardize and maintain quality, even without going to the store. Talk about global scalability, right? GoPizza, with the help of Govis. 이런 기술들을 바탕.
So thanks to these technologies, we are now scaling up around the world. So this dough, well, I hope that you can try it out because there is a GoPizza store nearby and you won't be able to differentiate whether the dough was made right away or dough was made 3 months ago. And you have this GoBot Station and Govin and Smart Topping Table. We are not a food tech company. We are actually a pizza company. We wanted to become a McDonald's and pizza, and that's why we decided to apply the food tech. If I was a robot engineering, well, I'm not a robot engineer or I'm not an AI engineer. I just wanted to become a McDonald's of pizza. But because McDonald's had difficulty making the pizza, I wanted to know why, and the dough and oven was the problem, and that's why we created a machine for that. And we scaled up because we couldn't control the quality, and that's why we introduced the AI Smart Topping Table. And because we couldn't recruit people because of COVID-19, we hired people. We introduced these robots. We never define ourselves as food tech companies. We just wanted to sell more pizzas and better pizzas, and we developed technologies in parallel. We always focused on customers. So it could be either coffee or drink or chicken. If the customers get the high quality food, they won't care whether it's made by robots or not. In the beginning, they might wonder how it's made, but afterwards they will not care. So that a lot of the suppliers can't sell the products. There is a similar pizza company in the US, and they got 10 times more investment than us, but they went down in 3 years because they couldn't sell about 100,000 pizzas. But we are selling about 500,000 pizzas regularly. And they couldn't sell pizzas because the pizzas they made was of low quality and it was expensive, but they spent a lot of money automating this process, and that's why they went under. So of course, using technology is good, but we need to add value for the customers. So from the very beginning, we wanted to provide a one-person dedicated, fast, and high-quality pizza. For the customers, it doesn't matter who makes it and how. And if we can make it in a confined space with fewer number of people, it would be best. And because we made this possible, we were able to grow fast, and we are now growing as a global company. Well, I can talk like 3 to 4 hours about this global scalability. I told you about Kyochon's share price, but in Korea, there could never be a unicorn company in the F&B industry. I believe all of you will know as a common sense. In 10 years' time, the population and thus the people who eat the food will go down. And in Korea, the F&B industry competition is the highest. The number of restaurants per 100,000 people is the important matrix. And in the case of Singapore or Hong Kong, these great countries and food still has less competition compared to Korea. In Korea, we have a lot of restaurant owners, but still the market is shrinking. In Korea, there could be about 100 billion or 200 billion M&A or IPO, but I don't think that it can be 1 trillion. And that's why we wanted to go in the opposite direction. And from 2019, we started to go to India, which is completely different from Korea. India's median age is young and their population is really high, and their economic growth also is really high. And in 10 years' time, and 100% of probability, the pizza consumption will increase. In those markets, the investors will see that the share prices will continue to go up. Share prices is all about whether there is a future in this market or not. So to summarize, the market is shrinking in Korea. So instead of competing in this market, we have to go to a bigger market and provide the products that the customers want fast. Of course, entering the overseas market is difficult, but for us, the store is really small and anyone can operate it using digital technologies. So that's where our key logic lies. As for technologies, well, if I did a different menu, like rice noodles, I wouldn't have been able to apply this technology. And I'm not saying that all F&B has to apply technologies. In particular, the advanced technologies like AI and robotics, they can't be applied to all the industries because the customers don't really care whether these advanced technologies are used. For Go Pizza, we focused on customers and we thought that technologies are necessary in this regard. But one thing that's really important is global. Digital transformation is optional, but going global, at least in the F&B business, if an F&B company wants to become a unicorn, you need to go global. So from 2019, we have been entering the overseas markets, and now we are in 6 different countries, 7 including Korea. And about 40% of our revenues of 3 billion comes from overseas offices. And every year, about 15 billion pizzas are sold. And this data actually is updated, and we have more than 200 stores, and there are 30 in India and 30 in Singapore. And we are actually the 3rd brand in this market. And this actually makes us really proud as a Korean company because we are now number 3 in the global business. And we were also able to open a store in Changi Airport. If you go to Terminal 2, you'll be able to see Go Pizza. So make sure to check it out as you go to the airport. So this is the stores in India and Singapore. Most of the Korean stores are focused on K-Town, but we don't have any stores in K-Town. And a lot of our customers are not Koreans, and not many people know it's a Korean brand. And even our team members overseas, well, we have 4 different branches, but none of the employees are Korean. So everything is localized and everything is run by local people. And last but not least, so we have a small store and anyone can operate it. So CGV first contacted us. When I first started this business, I dreamed of providing pizza to moviegoers, and I thought that maybe we could provide pizzas at airports. And last year, CGV actually contacted us because the CGV owner wanted to provide a very fast pizza that can be served in very much quickly than popcorn. And as a result, we were able to create this small store in Wangsimli, and this worked. So we scaled up to Yeongdeungpo, Yongsan, Suwon, Cheonan, and we were able to provide service at 8 different CGVs. So you can enjoy our pizzas in movie theaters. And now we are moving on to convenience stores like GS25 or fuel stations, and we can even go on to baseball stadiums and football stadiums. All the areas that where pizzas work well, we are there. And even in the companies and school restaurants, we are there as well. You may not understand how this is possible, but I believe that no one has enjoyed pizza in your school cafeterias. But because of our technologies, we can provide pizzas to school students. We also are providing services to Namyang Research Lab at Hyundai, and also we are providing pizza services to those in Suwon Samsung Electronics. It's not that we have officially opened our store, we just provided the machine and the fire pit. And it is the school cafeterians who make the pizzas themselves. And so they need to serve about 100 to 20 people every hour, and traditional method will not have worked. And last week, we even provided about 3,000 pizzas for LG and CJ Olive altogether, and 20 people were in charge of making the pizza. So this shows that CoPizza can provide pizzas wherever the customers want, and this shows how we were able to scale up. So this is the photos of Singapore and other overseas markets. And this is the photo of Jakarta and Bangkok. So anywhere you go, you'll be able to see CoPizza. And this is India. But we make sure to put our restaurant title in Korean. And if you want to check it out, please make sure to go there when you go to India. We are a pizza company. And I had to promote us in the morning's event, and not many people don't know why and how we were at a startup festival and how we were able to raise such capital. Of course, we sell pizza, but I haven't thought of myself or ourselves as a eat-out company. We are just a company that tries to solve the problem of the customers. Pizza is the most widely sold item around the world. It's about 200 trillion won market. And why do people have to get together to eat pizza, and why do we have to pay a lot of money to eat pizza? Well, people have thought they were all pain points, but not many companies were able to solve this problem. And we are not like any other startups, not like any other SMEs, because we are solving the customer's pain points. We are recognizing the customer's problem and we are addressing them, and that's at the heart of the startups. And no matter what kind of startups you're going to do, I believe that all companies have the same thing in mind. They need to be able to solve the problems, and they need to solve the problems in a way that no other person can do. And you need to grow fast. And that should be at the heart of all startups and companies. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Hello, nice to meet you. I am from Eland World. Who are you? My lead of marketing team. My name is Lee Dong-il. And preparing for today's presentation, I did my share of research about Generation MZ. It was very interesting and also helpful for my work as well. And I am very happy to be presenting in front of you at Try Everything today. And now let me walk you through the MZ trend and our brand strategy. Who do you think Generation MZ is? So we say Generation MZ includes the 80s, the millennials, and Gen Z from the late 90s. But who are they exactly? We hear this word a lot, but is there a certain keyword? Is there certain characteristics? So while doing the research on MZ, we looked into what they like, what they often do, and things like that. They like MBTI, which provides 16 different categories of characteristics, so they can get the understanding of what their characteristics like. And when they meet new people, they talk about their MBTIs. So they also talk about and fashion and a lot of things. They also are big on personal color diagnosis to find out what color of clothing or cosmetics fit them well. They also like doing DNA tests through which they can learn what kind of things are good for them, what kind of food is good for them, and what kind of food is bad for them based on their DNA information. So this all shows that they like doing self-diagnosis to get a firm understanding of themselves. In other words, they are a generation with strong and objective understanding of themselves. They know what they like, what they do not like, and are very honest about it. So such characteristics of Generation MZ, I think, can be summarized into those four keywords on the screen. I think first is retro. They think old and retro style is the new hip. They also do not hesitate to visit old traditional markets and also like to wear a retro strip. They also lead what we call that girl lifestyle. So it is a word to describe people who are always energetic and passionate about everything. They wake up early in the morning, they do miracle morning or morning meetups for self-development, and they are also very serious about working out as well. Also, they are very open to second job, third jobs by opening smart stores, making handcrafts, running their social media platforms to become influencers as side hustles. So as they are that girl generation, they're pretty cautious when it comes to their spending as well. They want to have a good meal, good clothing, and are very sensible when they decide what they want to buy. Compared to the previous generation that were big on value for money, the current generation MZ is quite different. When they look at the brand, they want to know about the heritage, the philosophy, the direction of the brand, and see if it matches with what they pursue. Also, they went through the COVID period and the endemic period. Therefore, they are very used to online activities, but at the same time, they want to take the opportunity to go on and join offline activities. So these keywords can be translated into fashion keywords as well. For their that girl lifestyle, they are big on exercising. And in line with that, they wear sweatpants and outwear style for their everyday life as well. The first is core style, which is like outwear that's functional outwear wear, and then ballet core came from the idea of ballet clothing, and third, the block core came from sports uniform. The idea came from the sports uniform, and the Y2K fashion is more retro from the early 2000s and it's mega trend of fashion these days. So these brands on the screen are related to the 4 keywords that I introduced earlier. The left side shows Korean designer brands, and the right side we have the names of over global high-end brands. And these brands are targeting Generation MZ and are also the most loved brands by Generation MZ. Then what are the reasons that these brands are preferred by Generation MZ? As I said, they are sensible consumers. And these brands succeeded in delivering value for those Generation MZ. They have their heritage, their own history, and they guarantee good quality, even though they are high price. And the Korean designer brands do not have as long history or heritage like global high-end brand, but they are worn by overseas rappers, celebrities, or idols, and are also distributed through grade A stores delivering good value for Generation MZ. So Eland World's Who Are You brand aim to target Gen MZ and had to come up with strategies to do that. And as I already mentioned, Gen MZ should see values in the brands that they buy, so we had to be a valuable brand. And to do that, we set these 3 main strategies. First is to provide something more than value for money, basically more value for the money. And second, to raise the brand value. And third, to create MZ communities. And to provide more value for the money they spend, we collaborated with celebrities and influencers who are loved by Gen MZ. It's actor Lee Dong-ik, and with this actor, we could collaborate together to provide our jeans, and also collaborated with other idols for promotion. And these products were all sold out on the day they were introduced. We also target Gen MZ by setting up pop-up stores on what MZ see as hot place. Rather than Seongsu, which can be cliche, we went to Hannam area, and through the pop-up stores, we provided many products, AU fitting systems, small mini games so that it can go viral online, and that helped raise our brand value. And we also focused on surfing. We opened a store around the hot surfing area, and we combined the concept of surfing look and beach wearing with that pop-up store. And then we created MZ communities and also employed people from Gen MZ. Our MZ community members consist of 200 people who are also Who Are You supporters, and they voluntarily meet up online and offline, take photos, take videos, and use the content for self-promotion and brand promotion as well. And also, half of our marketing team members are influencers, and they are voluntarily working as ambassadors to promote our products. So through these 3 strategies that we introduced, we are going through rebranding to aware our brand value. Of course, the process of rebranding cannot be done in a very short period, and the road was bumpy. However, from 2021, we stayed patient and implemented our plans step by step, and our revenue grew from 40 billion and it's estimated to be 90 billion by the end of this year. So our strategy proved to be successful looking at these sales figures, and we will continue to implement our Gen MZ targeting strategies. So we talked about the Gen MZ trend and brand strategy. I was Lee Dong-ik from Who Are You? Thank you. And next up, we have CEO Lee Jong-hyun from Trendy. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm the CEO of Trenby. My name is Lee Jonghyun, and in my presentation today, I want to talk about Gen MZ fashion trend and what kind of business strategies Trenby is implementing to target Gen Z and what kind of achievements there have been. So our keywords around Gen MZ are these. I think Gen MZ is pretty different from the previous generation because they have their own strong, unique characteristics. They know the style they like, they know the food they like, they know what they like pretty clearly, and they post it on their social media. So they don't hesitate to express themselves. And I think the second keyword is flex. I think you have heard of it, it, but when Gen MZ see a good value in a certain product, they don't hesitate to spend on things that match their taste. And I think these two keywords combined together, online markets like Trendy ourselves are leading the MZ market. Because if you come to think of it, Polo, Rolls Face, or other more popular items were loved in the fashion market, but the current Gen MZ want to show off their uniqueness, their unique characteristics, and they want to do so by buying luxury brands. So, for example, if you know street brands, so if you're in favor of street brands, they do like Off-White. If they like hip style, they like Balenciaga, for example. And if they like classic style of luxury, they would go with Hermes or Chanel. And I think another trend is value purchasing. And by value purchasing, it means buying products that they think whose value proposition fit their ideas, the companies that they think are ethical and provide good social value. Or if they don't see a good social value in a certain brand, no matter how good the quality is, they do not want to buy the products. And I think this impacts the secondhand goods market very significantly because, of course, buying secondhand goods is so that you can buy goods at a more affordable price, but there's also recycling side to it, which can be seen as more eco-friendly. So if you come to think of it up until now, the second-hand luxury brand market hasn't been fully blown, but with the emergence of Gen MZ, the second-hand luxury brand market is now being mostly led by Gen MZ. And in this market, we believe the potential of the second-hand luxury brand market is very huge. If you look at the chart, this is the share of second-hand product market compared to luxury market in each country. So in Japan and France, Italy, and the US, where the luxury market has been standing for a very long time, the share of second-hand products stands at about 20 to 30% compared to the whole market. But on the very right side, the second-hand market size takes up only about 7% of the total luxury market. So compared to other countries, I believe there's much more growth potential to grow twofold or threefold into the future. And what is also interesting is in the case of Europe or the US, the second-hand luxury market is growing pretty fast. And I think the biggest growth driver is that the second-hand goods transaction is now pretty easy online. So there are online platforms in Europe. They have Festive Collective, Chrono 24, which handles second-hand luxury watches. In the US, the Real 200, where they provide services with which people can transact, buy and sell luxury goods pretty easily through their channel. And as you must be very well aware of, when Gen MZ make purchase decisions, they buy most of the things online on online platforms. So these companies which is all the more the reason these companies are leading Gen MZ's purchases. And we are targeting the second-hand luxury brand market as a company. And looking at what companies are already playing in the market, in conclusion, the market that we are targeting right now I think it is a niche market or sweet spot that hasn't been covered by existing companies yet. On the very left, you should already know, but these are platforms for person-to-person transaction for all sorts of products like Hangul Market or other platforms. They are big platforms and big markets, but when it comes to luxury brands, they have their weaknesses because they cannot provide validation for if if the product is real or fake. So if you are exchanging very cheap products, these platforms are good enough. But if you are paying a large amount of money for second-hand luxury brands, there are risks if you want to do person-to-person on these platforms. And the second are companies who are more based on offline stores, like in Gangnam or Apgujeong area. They have offline stores, and these companies have been player in the market for a very long time, and therefore they have strong network, which is their strength, but still have their weaknesses when it comes to the online market. And lastly, Cream or Sold Out. They are, to be exact, they actually deal with new premium products, and they target customers who are willing to pay extra to buy new products that are difficult to come by. So I think what Trendy is doing is covering the niche market that is not yet covered by any of these players, where people can sell their luxury products and buy other people's second-hand luxury products, and we can also provide validation to check out if it's real or fake. So it's been about 3 years since we started this second-hand luxury product transaction. And in 2021, out of our total business, this took up only about 5% of our total business revenue. But only in 3 years, it is now taking up about 30% of total transaction, which shows very rapid growth. And some interesting points that I wanted to share with you. So new luxury products and second-hand luxury products have some differences. First is that the second-hand products are preferred more by Gen MZ compared to the previous generation, the older generation. So about 80% of our customers who buy or sell second-hand products are people in their 20 or 30. The people who buy new products instead of second-hand, those customers are mostly the ones in their 30s to 40s because they're kind of pricey. And also people who purchase new products make purchases about 1.9 times on average on our platform when they are buying new products, but second-hand product buyers and sellers make the average of 7.2 transactions a year on our platform, which clearly shows that second-hand product transaction is made more. And the annual customer spending is 5 million for second-hand product buyers and only 900,000 for new product buyer. And bags are most preferred as second-hand products. We have 4 major categories: bags, clothing, shoes, and wallets and accessories. So if you come to think of it, shoes or clothing can show that it has aged as time goes by more than a bag does. In the case of wallet or purse, the price itself is lower than a bag. So people would think that the price difference between a new product and a second-hand product is not that big. But in the case of a bag, the average price is about 3 million to 4 million won. So the price gap between a new product and second-hand product is pretty big, which is why I think the bag category is the most popular one on our market. And also, as the way we are doing the targeting is, of course, some parts overlap with other company strategies, but we want to add fun and new ways of transaction on our platform compared to other companies. On the left side, this is our Shuffle service. We have launched the service April this year, and this is a service that enable people to exchange the product. So when they want to buy a second-hand product, they can sell their product and then they can get discount. So it's basically an exchange. If you look at when people people buy new second-hand product, very likely. So for example, if they have Gucci or Prada and they want to add a new brand to their closet, they sell off one of what they already have. So looking at the trend, this exchange service is very relevant, I believe. And the service on the right is a buyback. This is a service that we guarantee the buyback price for customers when they make a purchase on our platform. So for example, when a customer buys a bag at 1 million Korean won, if they sell it back on our platform within a certain period, we guarantee about 75% or 60 something percent of the original price that they bought at, depending on when they are selling it back. So we believe the second-hand product market will keep growing in the market, and to keep building on the momentum, this kind of fun and new service is a way to drive the growth. So lastly, the vision of Tramby is to make luxury goods easily accessible, just like any other spa products. And probably you might think that the word daily and word luxury might not go well together, but we believe this is possible, especially if you can do secondhand trading with luxury brands. It can be much more affordable, and when you buy a new product, you can also sell off one product that you already have, and the difference is not that big. So it is not impossible to have luxury goods like daily spa products, and it will be affordable for many. So this is our vision, to make luxury goods easily accessible, just like spa products. That will be end of my presentation, and then we have Ms. Han Minju from LF Commerce. Thank you.
아, 아이고. 화면이 없는 줄 알고 스크립트를 준비하.
I thought that I wouldn't have a screen, so I prepared a script. But hello, everyone. I am from LF Media Commerce. I am LF Media Commerce Director Han Minju. So I am very honored to be here. First of all, when I was first given this topic, I thought that I would have to first define what MZ is. Basically, well, this is what the Namowiki says. So basically, those from the 42 years old to 11 years old are all defined as MZ generation. And I am also an MZ. But even those within the same MZ or Millennials and Gen Z group can have 30 years age difference. So we have to focus on this part. Those who were born between 1997, basically those who were born from 1981 to 1996 are called millennials, and 1997 to 2012 is called Gen Z. As you may all know, this term called MZ generation is a term created by Korea by Daeang Nail. Around the world, this is how the generation is classified. So we have different kinds of terms. We don't have MZ and the global term because this is what we made as Koreans. So the millennials and the Gen Y and Gen Z are all part of this group. And because we're covering these different generations, naturally, we will see a lot of people of different ages being part of this group. Let me first go over the trend. Well, because this session is about trend, I'm going to talk about these big generational group. I am going to we conducted a survey for about 4,000 people with different age groups and different sexes and different regional backgrounds. And As you can see from the name itself, fashion is dynamic. It moves very fast. And if you look at this 2022 and 2023, you can see that Cream is doing well, and the 29 centimeter, the brand, is also doing well. As for Mushinsa, it is going to become a main brand of this generation. And they want to become a very great portal for fashion portal for this generation. But Cream is focused more on the secondhand shoes, and that's why the frequency of usage is quite high. And this generation, of course, they consume luxury goods as well, but they focus more on cost effectiveness. And also, do you know that people are focusing more on spending less? They're even creating a chat room, group chat room to save cost. And they even compete on how to save cost as much as possible. So that is another important trait of this generation. So it's quite difficult to define Gen Z with one word. We can say that Gen Z can be defined in many different characteristics. So as for Zigzag and Ably, the users are focused more on cost of the products. And because this platform is focused on cost, we can see that different apps focus on different areas. 무신사 is going to become, wants to be a major fashion portal. So they focus on reviews because people have to buy primarily through online. A lot of the people want to look to reviews, and that's why a lot of people go for Mushinsa. For 29 centimeter, this brand started a new brand message that focuses on one's own taste and preference. So they have been running a lot of bus ads and building ads. So they're also focused on interior items. They are also focusing on amenities and what kind of happiness that it can give to you. And again, Cream is focusing on resales. The companies want to change and they need a lot of things and they don't just they're not satisfied with online. We have now turned it into an endemic era, and that's why they are going on for the offline platforms as well. And as you can see on the very bottom part of this graph, not many people want to revisit the offline stores. So offline stores is more for the sake of the companies and brand. Actually, only about 7 out of 10 people buy from online. In particular, women wants to buy products and items themselves. So that was the definitions and the characteristics of this new generation. And VLF has been around for a long time. And maybe we have been around for a very long time. And we have always tried to catch up with this new generation because they are important group. And I am going to delve deeper into other concepts in the panel discussion, but let me go over this topic. I'm not sure whether you are aware of Mr. Kamel. If you're an Instagram user, you will know him. He is just like any one of us, but he is not a celebrity. But Louis Vuitton decided to collaborate with him, and block core is another important trend. And well, there are different kinds of cores. There are ballet cores and whatnot. And they collaborated in terms of Judge and Cab, and we are also collaborating on this collaborative effort as well. And well, MZ or millennials and Gen Z and you, may have difficulty harmonizing. Well, you may not able to understand the Gen Z. And if you meet a lot of the VCs, they say it's difficult to find a good talent. And our team started off as a one person. We started as a media commerce team, and the company didn't give us a team member because we had COVID-19 and our market cost was zero. And that's why we had to list up the influencer. And I decided to go on the live commerce show myself. And I promoted the product myself and I sold out the entire items in just 2 hours. And as a result, we were able to recruit about 13 different millennials and Gen Z for our team. But what I want to tell you is this. Well, the millennials and Gen Z, well, some say that they're not responsible, but I don't think that is the case. I would like to summarize their features into three parts. First, they're digital natives. So they already have a lot of experiences. They are having a very in-depth experience in a variety of arenas. They get this information and experience from YouTube and from many different acquaintances. And as a result, they have their solid interpretation of the world. And that is why they are centered. And that's why they're proactive. So when I tell them to do certain work, they don't move unless they're persuaded. So they will say that they will review whether they will do as the senior said. So basically, you need to relate with this generation. You need to communicate well with them. We have a lot of the CEOs here, and we have people from this generational group here as well, and all of our team members. I'm very grateful to meet them. And of course, we have a lot of happy incidents. And I think that we can work well if we listen well to them. As I said before, they have proactive mindsets and they have their own sense of the world. So we need to listen well to what they think because they are very interested in what they're going to do and what about the future. They also think a lot about how they're going to look because well, now we're living in an era of uncertain future, and that's set. And that's why they are thinking a lot about what they should do in this era of uncertainties. So you need to listen well to what they say and try to make sure that they find jobs in areas they love. So we have the team members here in this hall, but I am very fortunate to meet all of them. We express our opinions freely. And among my team members, there was one person who said this impressive thing. Well, I think that your idea is actually most unique among all of us. And I was really grateful for her saying that because, well, I think that we have to leave the gap for them to grow. And that's why I come up with these outrageous ideas. Well, I am not a good person, but if this generation wants to achieve their dream and if they want to grow, if they want to become an important part of our organizations, we need to make sure that we are more smarter than the combination of each individual. And I hope that as you become your team leader, as you become a group leader, you need to understand the importance of the smart team. And I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you very much.
배석은 어디?
네, 앞서서 이제
So thank you very much for your presentation. And we have about 15 minutes. And we would like to engage in a casual panel discussion. And I'll be the moderator for today. Well, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. So we were able to, could you please summarize the MZ generation's fashion trend in one sentence, and could you explain why? Could Mr. Lee start first? As I said before, well, MZs respect what's old and what's valuable. They know a lot about themselves, and they don't just consume recklessly. And of course, they spend a lot of money to what they think is valuable, but if they don't think certain things are not valuable, they don't spend money at all, especially in case of fashion items. They look at the philosophies and history and designers and the brand direction of the fashion brand, so they check things meticulously. And so, in terms of luxury and high-end or K-designer brands, they can get a lot of attention before brands that are deemed invaluable, they might not be able to survive. Next, Ms. Han. Well, I would like to choose fast food as the keyword because fast food is fast and it's diverse and you can make it tailored to your taste and there's no correct answer. And so I would like to give fast food as my answer.
세대
I would say it's a business card. Fashion is a business card for Gen MZ. It is because, as I said in my presentation, Gen MZ know what they like, the style they like very clearly. They have clear preference and they want to select a brand that's in line with their value. And next question, I will actually answer this myself first. And every company are big on targeting Gen MZ these days and are trying different strategies these days. And in the process of doing that, are there any hardships or any trials and errors in the process of doing so? Actually, I will give my answer first on this. As I said, Trendy, it has been about 3 years since Trendy started second-hand luxury market. And through advertisement and promotions, now we have better brand awareness. But when we first started secondhand product transaction, there were more people who didn't know Trendy than those who know it. But so as our brand awareness was low, and based on that, we were starting this new line of secondhand product transactions. So that was our concern about probably diversifying it too much. So since even after we launched it, we felt uncomfortable putting it forward way too much. And also the two words secondhand and luxury might not go well together. That's what we thought. We thought probably if we say secondhand luxury, um, it might not be accepted well. So first we used terms like resale or pre-loved or pre-used. But we got customer feedback that it didn't deliver the idea clearly. So last year we replaced the terms and started to state clearly that these are second hand. And what was very inspiring was that after we did the term change, the click rate and conversion rate both hiked up. So of course, this can mean that branding is important and word choice is important, but this can also mean that intuitive and clear communication may be very important for the consumers. And about this question, Ms. Han, can you please also provide your answer as well? Yes, at my company, we are mainly taking two approaches. So from the brand viewpoint and second from the platform viewpoint. As I said in my presentation, I saved this to share in my panel discussion. The City of Crime, Series 1 and 2, the movie was loved by 20 million viewers. And in the City of Crime 3, there's this detective character, and we did the collaboration with the person, and the detective character wears a windbreaker a lot of time, and that was provided by our brand. That was actor Ma Dong-seok, who were our windshield product. And then it became so popular that it became difficult to come by for other consumers. And in the US, Adidas was launched about 15 years ago, so it's been in the market for a very long time. But because of the power of collaboration, which can help boost our brand awareness through this collaboration. And from the platform viewpoint, this is what I've saved from my presentation to share in this panel. So we already mentioned MBTI and how Gen MZ are big on MBTI, and so I heard that Gen MZ always ask about other people's MBTI to check out if their characteristics are compatible. And because we are a fashion company, we created this fashion MBTI as our own version so that they can have fun around this and make use of this MBTI system, but as the fashion version. And also on Kakao Chat, we opened a Kakao Open Chat that's out of our website where the people with similar fashion MBTI can gather together and share information on the fashion or clothing that fits their taste, and that should lead to something. And people with different fashion tastes, because they group together and because we are, in a sense, a manufacturer, we could probably use it to predict demands to avert risk and boost our sales. And that's what we have been working on these days. Okay, thank you for your answer. And then Mr. Lee, your answer, please. Yes, Who Are Your brand was launched in the 2000s. So it's been around for more than 20 years now. So it's been quite a while. And being a long-time brand, our brand awareness is not bad. But from the Gen Z viewpoint, Generation MZ might think that is an old brand because it's been in the market for too long. So they might think it's like old brand or too childish or like that. So we had to do some sort of rebranding for our brand. But rebranding is not something that can be done in some month. So to do the rebranding, we had to find the optimal channel, and that was our main task. And as mentioned, to that end, we did collaboration with influencers to do the rebranding in the fastest way possible. And we used celebrities and actors who are loved by Generation MZ, and also YouTubers who are loved by Generation MZ. In collaborating with these actors and celebrities, our core product line didn't change itself. So we use them as our model. So we thought this might be perceived as just using the different models for the same old-fashioned clothing. So we then took on a different approach to put the focus on turning our Who Are You products into something trendy and custom updating it a little bit to tailor to each actor and celebrity's style. And that way, our brand awareness was heightened and got better little by little. Let's come to think of it. I think I wore Who Are You clothing a lot when I was in university, not so much so these days. I will give you a few pieces as a gift. Okay, the next question. I think this is the question I want to ask to both of you. So as mentioned, when creating new business strategies or new line of business, when you're running it, you need organizational support, or also you need group process, and you should have a sound process because you are big companies. But this is not the case for all the companies. And especially when your company is big and you have processes already set, you must have gone through a lot of difficulties overcoming it and persuading people to make different approaches. How did you do that? Yes, as I said, it was a one-person team that was being led by myself at the very beginning, and I started adding team members one by one. I consider them family. I wanted to make them enjoy their work. And our team was put together during the COVID era. So we started with the live first. But now we have to go offline as well. Mujinsa is out and active in the market as well. And live shopping is kind of a big thing these days. So putting all this into consideration, I think what we did was communicate well. All our team members were big on communicating on their lifestyle and providing suggestion. Myself as well. As I said, sometimes I give the most unique ideas. Some ideas were like, we could do a game and find a way to sell the clothes in a fun way. So I think our key was communication. And the value that I pursue is when it comes to work, I think the maximum attention span for anyone is 2 to 3 hours on average. So work and life balance was also important for my team members. So all of our team members are good experts. They've been working with me for more than 2 years now, and they are qualified for running TV shows, broadcasting. So I sometimes allow them to work from home, and sometimes I allow them to leave the office early than usual so that they can strike the balance between work and life. And I can do this because I trust them. Even though they would go freelance now, because they are professional, they should have good capabilities to do so. And I believe in such capabilities, so I can provide such a support system. And it must be a lot of fun to work with you. And then, Mr. Lee. Yes, as we said, rebranding was our key strategy recently. And in 2021, for rebranding, our online team, marketing team, advertising team came together in one task force. And because we had been separate teams, they had different objectives in the mind. For example, online team wanted to boost sales on their online platform, and the ad team wanted to make immersive content, and the marketing team wanted to arrange fun activities. So they all had their own objectives in their minds. So for the first few months, it was difficult to make arrangements and align the three teams toward the same goal. But after about 6 months, we have set KPIs so they would rotate more around rebranding and also put brand exposure as one of our key KPIs. And by doing so, those teams were able to come together under the same common goal. And since that, our sales and rebranding started to become a success. And then the last question. So your Gen MZ targeting strategy, you have shared a lot about it, but is there any new strategy or new service that you can share with us today? From Mr. Lee, please. Yes, as I already said, we have created our own Gen MZ community. They are also our Who Are You brand supporters. We have about 200 of them. And on top of the community, other Gen MZ people who are big on fashion, we are trying to bring them together through an online cafe or online groups. I don't think there's so Mushinsa started off as a fashion communication platform and then grew into a bigger platform that does sales as well. And I think there are still needs for more communities among people who are big on fashion. So we are planning to keep working on building and enhancing our communities for Gen MZ. Yes, please let me know once it is in place so I can join. And then Miss Han, please. Yes, this is not for promotion, but on App Store and Play Store, would you install MIRAKLE Lab? So if you install it, if you download the app, you can do the fashion MBTI test on our app. So you can check out what your style is and what kind of fashion fits you the best. So please join in our LF Mall efforts in trying to in our efforts to connect with our customers. Yes, as a Trendy CEO, as I said, we are currently the most focused on our secondhand products. So please try our app as well. You will see some secondhand products on sale. And around October, we will do the redesigning of the app, and there should be more secondhand products being introduced on our trendy market. So please make sure to try it out. So that's the end of the panel discussion today. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you host for inviting us. Thank you.
예, 안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Try Everything 2023. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Won Ho-seo from Real Business Newspaper. I'm in charge of Miracle Lab. I am a reporter and I am a journalist actually for a newspaper. So it's quite nervous for me to be a moderator in this big session. We had a professional announcer serve as an MC for this event last year, but for this year, we decided to really focus on the amateurishness and focus on the passion and the energy of startups. And maybe that's why I was given the role of moderating for this forum because I am quite young in this area. I'm very nervous, but I will do my best running this show in the mindset of the startup CEO. Please understand that even though I'm not experienced, there could be some um, issues, but please understand. Now, this session is is about focusing on Miracle Lab. We will be hearing from the pitches of the social impact companies, and we will also be providing mentorings for them. We have 4 juries in place, and I hope that you can stay until the very end and give us strong encouragement. With that, let us first hear the opening remarks by Mr. Kim Myung-soo from Real Business Newspaper. Please welcome him with a big hand. Hello, everyone. I am Kim Myung-soo from Mail Business Newspaper. Nice to meet you all. So, this event is co-hosted by Maegyeong Media Group and Seoul City. Welcome to the Global Startup Festival Try Everything 2023. This is the second year. And in 2020, the 2 institutions signed a partnership to make Korea the startup hub of Asia. And the Rising Impact is marking its second year. And we decided to start this festival last year to focus on companies that address social problems. And we thought that if innovative startups go on to address social problems, they will have much greater impact. And this session is all about providing mentoring to startups, and it is also about providing networking between startup and startup incubators. Startups are prone to trials and errors in their early stages, but with great mentoring and support, they can get the wisdom to overcome the difficulties and become an even better company. So, after the startup CEOs and entrepreneurs explain about their business models today, the great accelerators and venture capitalists here will be offering a lot of mentoring advices. I would like to express my gratitude to the mentors of today's event, Mr. Kwon In-taek from OpenNoor, Kim Ho-min from Spark Lab, Bae Sang-seung from New Paradigm Investment, Jong-hwan from SK Telecom ESG Alliance. Thank you for graciously accepting the invitation. So the economic stagnation and the interest rate hike and the government's austerity policies started from last year have been taking a toll on the startup ecosystem. And they even call this the winter of the startup ecosystem. However, as they say, if there is a downhill, there is also an uphill, and we are seeing a resurge once again. Mr. Oh Se-hoon, the mayor of Seoul City, visited the World Knowledge Forum 2 days ago and said that he will make Seoul a commercial city, which is an ambitious plan. He is going to establish a top-class startup ecosystem in Seoul to make Seoul a top 5 city in the world. We at the Mega Media Group will also support Korean startups by sparing no efforts. Once again, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to everyone. Thank you. That was Kim Myung-soo from Mail newspaper. Thank you so much for hosting this event. So as Mr. Kim Myung-soo said, well, he already introduced you to mentors, and I was about to introduce them. So I'm not sure what to do right now, but because we have the mics in front of the mentors, I would like to ask each one of them to make introductions. First of all, from New Paradigm Investment, we have Bae Sang-sung. Please give him a big hand. Hello, I am Bae Sang-sung from New Paradigm Investment. We hope to become the growth partner for the baby unicorns, and each year we are providing early investment for 10 to 15 companies, and we also focus on tip selections and provide follow-on investments. I hope that we can meet great partners and have very exciting opportunities. Thank you very much. Next, we have Kwon In-taek from Opener here with us as well. Hello, I am Kwon In-taek from Opener. We also had to do IR to many people, so I can feel for you, everyone. And I would also like to focus on the revenues and growth of all of you, and I would like to support you as well. And also, we have Mr. Kim Ho-min from Spark Labs, which is helping startups to grow around the world. Hello. We believe that startups can be grown by entrepreneurs, and we hope to have a lot of startups go global. And we're meeting a lot of partners, and we're making investments in them. Next, from SKT ESG Alliance, we have the VP Im Jong-han here with us. Hello. As introduced, I am Im Jong-han. As you may know, SK Telecom is involved with various projects to support startups. And I'll be listening to your pitches and look for any opportunities to work together with you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I'd like to express my gratitude to the juries, and I look forward to your mentoring. And now let us begin the pitching by the startups. And the 4 startups have been recommended by the university agencies and also the accelerators, and they will be given 5 minutes for presentations and followed by Q&A sessions. First of all, we will have the first presentation by a biotech company that focuses on hemp. Let's welcome Ham Jong-yeop from Neoken Bio to the stage. Hello. As introduced, from Neoken Bio, I am Ham Jong-yeop. Maybe you were quite surprised because you thought that it would be about marijuana. We're not focused on marijuana. We are focusing on hemp, which does not have THD. We are focused on creating ingredients and developing materials. We were launched in 2022, June. Let's first take a look at the world's hemp market. And by 2025, it's going to be about 60 trillion won, and it's been growing about 20% every year. And 56 countries legalized medical cannabis. And we started in 2022, and back then the countries were just 30, but we saw an increase in countries. And also Japan is revising laws because they are trying to focus on this to address population aging and use hemp to make functional products. What about Korea? For about 70 years, we couldn't do any research using these ingredients. From 2018, we started something. And recently, with the Ministry of Science and with the Ministry of SMEs and Ministry of Agriculture, they have been working with the local governments to do collaborative projects. And so we believe that the market for medical cannabis will be more expanded. Then what is the main ingredient? That is called the cannabidiol. That is quite integrated with THC, but you have to isolate it. And then after that, you'll be able to make a drug out of it. And in 2018, we were able to create Epidiolex, which is a childhood epilepsy treatment. And there's also the MS treatments. And there's also another functional products for PTSD based on that, but it's very expensive. So it's important to produce it domestically, and that's why we started this project. And this requires technology and library. So that's where we're focused on. And as a researcher of KIST, I focused on developing CBD, and I thought that this technology is more cost effective compared to other technologies. And we created a commercialization device. So as you can see here, we have a very long step. We used to have a very long step to make CBD, but these 6 steps can be skipped if we use our own device. So we can have purity of 99.3%. And if you are to make a medicine out of it, we need GMP-based design, and we are doing that this year. And by the end of this year, and maybe by the early part of next year, we're going to start it, at least in small scale, in Andong. And before we make this GMP facilities, well, we have to first standardize ingredients. And that's why we are cultivating these ingredients through smart farms. And we hope to create a total solution out of it. And right now, Andong is the right place to do this. And that's why we are based in Andong. And we make functional products and medicine and cosmetic products. And a lot of the product companies in this area are collaborating with us. And we're also going to go global. And we are also going to produce medicine out of it domestically to help patients. And we are focused on 3 parts. First, we're focused on developing CBD technologies. And this is classified as drug right now. So we are going to focus on non-narcotic ingredients to create cosmetics. And also using libraries, we are going to create medicinal products by working with big pharmas. And the KIST is working with us in terms of technology. And we have headquarters in Seoul, and we have research lab in Gangneung, and we have factory in Andong. So we have a very busy team, and our team is composed of 10 people. And I believe that domestically, we are number 1 in terms of CBD and hemp ingredients, and we hope to become Asia's number 1, and we hope to enter the global market. And hemp is not drug. It is indeed medicine for you. So I hope that you can look forward to our efforts. Thank you for the first presentation. So as a moderator, I was quite shocked that I heard a lot about drug, but I knew this is the first time that I understood how this hemp can be used for medicinal purposes. So do you have any questions regarding BM or commercial values? Who should start first? Yes, Mr. Please go ahead. Yes, indeed. It's still based on hemp, which is a part of medical cannabis, and it's quite unique, but it's still going to be a core part of it. And there's a very bad perception about it. And for the general public, no matter how much you say it's good, it may not it may not be received well. So is there a way to change the perception, or maybe you can hide the fact that it's made based on hemp? I believe that you have thought a lot about it, and could you explain more? When I first started this business, as you said, there has been lots of oppositions. So even within the regulatory sandbox or these projects, the institutions are promoting these projects. I told you in the beginning, but marijuana and hemp is completely different, and we are focusing on this differentiation a lot of time. So that's why people have started to realize that hemp is not drug as we know it. And also for a profit model, we please know that root is not a part of drug, and we are using this non-narcotic part of the plant to create cosmetics, and we are also promoting this a lot, along with MFTS and many related organizations. So are you're using the natural plants, and I guess that the efficacies are known due to a lot of papers or reports. But if you want to go for preclinical tests, you would have to do the toxicity test and you would have to do other safety tests. Also, you might need to do the round 1, round 2, and round 3 clinical tests, just like chemical products. And do you have any timeline and do you have any plans for raising capitals? That's indeed a very important point. No matter how, even when we create a copy drug, we need to follow the same process as chemical products or chemical drugs. And we chose one out of the 2 chemical plants, and we are talking about how to make a product out of it. And it's based on natural plant. So that's why we don't have a patent for the material itself. Already there is Deolix, which is FDA approved, and this has gone through safety tests, so the safety concerns can be alleviated. But we are currently working with pharmaceutical companies to address concerns. And we are going to provide ingredients for this GMP products. That's where our role ends. So you told us about 6 different processes. And what will be the cost? Of course, the oil too has to be cheap. And I want to know about the cost comparison compared to competitors. So at this point, the ingredient is about 10 million to 13 million per kilogram, but we have reduced it to 1/8. So we can provide it at 380K to 400K per kilogram. So even though China or Chinese companies comes in, we will have price competitiveness. It's not good that I'm the last speaker because all of the previous speakers asked similar questions. It's very meaningful because you are using a unique item and you are reaching a new market. And it seems that you can have growth potential. A lot of the global market has legalized these drugs, but in Korea, there are lots of limitations. So, what kind of steps do you have to follow to do a license out? I think we have to focus on 2 different parts. In terms of medicine, well, in the case of US or Israel, it's quite difficult for us to exceed them. And that's why we are targeting the Asian market. And also in the case of foreign market, they focus on flower and leaves. They don't target the roots or stem. And so we are going to target this niche market to create cosmetics. and functional products. And as for the CBD, we cannot sell it. We can only make product out of it. And that's why we are going to establish a joint venture with a Thailand company. So that is another business model that we have in mind. And next year, the MFDS is going to approve us of creating medicines out of hemp, and based on their assurance, we are doing our best. So thank you very much for your first presentation. Please give him a big hand.
제가 과학을 오래 출입
So I have seen many people in the science field, and not many of them are good presenters, but it seems that you did a lot of preparing for your presentation. It was very good presentation and delivery, and mentors, not only questions, you can also give advice or any tips if you want to. And now we have our second presenter. There has been some accidents of gas leakages that caused casualties in some factories. And we're going to introduce a company with the technologies to prevent such accidents. It is IDK. Please welcome CEO Choi Young-sam. Good afternoon. I'm co-founder of IDK Lab. My name is Choi Young-sam. From the ESG viewpoint, many semiconductor display companies cannot be free from gas leakage and chemical leakage, and which leads to huge casualties. And the main reason behind is because in factories there are so many pipes and tubes. There are many pipes and tubes and joints that connect those pipes and tubes, and as they age, gas leakage or chemical leakage can happen around the loose parts. So what our IDK lab focused on is until now we have focused on the leakage around the joint, but now we have moved beyond the physical point of leakage, but more specifically the part where the leakage happens. So we took a more direct approach, in other words. And to do this, we invented this product. And this product joins tubes and pipes. And this can be installed in the joints between pipes or tubes. And this can be installed and can detect if there's any liquid around the joints. So we have set a system for this, and also so that this is not dislocated from the tube, we have created this lock as well that can be used with the product. And the key behind this is, do you know Spider-Man? And the spider web that the Spider-Man uses seem to be very strong, but it actually consists of very, very thin lines. And it is possible because it is highly reactive, and the ITK lab is a creation of our professor, Kai's professor. And the professor has been studying electrospinning technology in his career, which means he can use nanofiber that is thinner than a strain of human's hair. And you can also add color dye on this fiber so that you can see how the color changes. And that color sensitive sensor can help us diagnose if there's any gas leakage or chemical leakage. And in general, many researchers have difficulties finding channels for commercialization or mass production. But we made much preparation for that, and we have technologies to do mass production ourselves, and is on the brink of implementing it fully. And not even advanced countries have such full capabilities, and we feel very proud of this. And when analyzing our target market, there are Samsung Display and other big semiconductor companies. And like on the screen, this could be our target companies. And looking at the number of plants, we did the research on our potential target market, and we did the target market analysis for all lines of our products. And what we're going to do from now on is we are going to provide solutions for gas leakage in semiconductor factories and other factories as our first goal. And secondly, not only this nanofiber or gas leakage, this can be applied to other areas as well. As you know, batteries, smartphone batteries, and hazardous gas. Our technologies can be applied to those parts as well. We have 13 experts in our team, and we have acquired a company recently so that we can use the sensor technology, and we believe we can expand it further even into the healthcare sector using our sensors. We can detect about 20 different types of gases, and we will keep building on our work, and we will also continue to make great efforts for mass production. And IDK Lab started our business with sensors, but will continue to grow with our outstanding electrospinning technology. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Personally, I want this technology to be applied to all the factories in the world for safety. Now let's listen from the mentors. It seems that Mr. M had spoke first, so let's go the other way around. So Mr. Kwon first. Thank you for your explanation. So while operating this business, so it seems like there's a visual factor to use the color sensitive sensor. Let's assume that this has spread to all the plants all at the same time, but to monitoring them and to send alerts to this, how much of a manual work is this? Yes, we use the color sensitive sensor, but we also use optical sensor to it for real-time detection. And I show you, and it sends notification to the main system when something's caught on the sensor. So you started small, but if the scale becomes very big, would there be any difficulties in scaling up this business? Expanding the system itself is not a problem, but we will have to install it in every plant, and to install it, a person has to be dispatched to each factory. That is something we have to address, and we're trying to forge partnership so we can get help in securing manpower for installation. Looking at the B2B solution, I think there are three sides to it. One is to cut the cost. Second is to boost the sales. And third is to rather focus on, rather to go safe. And this is difficult to meet KPIs because the total cost of ownership is set. And if you try to play safe, it is difficult to get high ROI, even with a good operation, because you are playing safe. So probably something that you want to put into consideration as you're trying to scale up the business in terms of raising the sales and numbers. So far, sensors or other diagnosis systems have been using much plants, and so our approach is quite different. So there has been some pushback from on-site plants. However, in terms of detecting highly hazardous materials, they can directly link to casualties. And we are capable of addressing these problems, but we are also trying to balance out between keep building on our technology and reflecting customer needs. So the interest in the industry and investment into the safety measures are on the increase. And this gas leakage or safety accident and hazardous materials detection can be applied to semiconductor factories and display factories. So those are your main targets, it seems. To which other areas do you think this can be applied if you were to expand your customer base? For example, you mentioned biofilter somewhere on your deck. Do you think it will be possible to apply this to a bio-related factory? And if so, what effect can it yield? Yes, in terms of biofactories, so we can create a filter. A HEPA filter is the most commonly used one, but when it goes out of use, it goes to waste. But we also focus on biodegradability when we develop the filters. And secondly, I told you that I'm trying to strike the balance. And on the HEPA filter, we can add the sensor, the color sensitive sensor so the sensor can tell us how the air quality is, if it's good or bad. And it can also be applied to batteries. Before the explosion, the battery leak a very small amount of chemicals. So we can just attach our tape to the battery so that it can show us in color if there's any potential risk in near future. Yes, thank you. This seems to be a very good safety measure, and the technology seems to be advanced enough, but I'm not sure about the potential size of the sales. Do you have difficulties in mass production, or is it because of sales, getting new sales channels, or is it more because of technology? Because the sales size, it seems it could be bigger, especially given the number of manufacturing factories who can help create this sensor. Why do you think the sales is not as high as expected? We have installed this late last year, so we have it in a display company, and this year we are having a discussion with a semiconductor company, but they have their own safety management team, so the discussion is not that easy. So we have to go through the team for our product to be adopted. So we are doing small scale pilot projects. So we inevitably need some period where we do small scale pilots. If there's no further questions, thank you, Mr. Che. Please give him a warm round of applause one more time. Thank you.
Now, let us welcome our third presenter. We are proceeding at a very fast pace. And the mentors, I'd like to remind you that you can ask questions in a very slow paced manner. But now let's welcome the third presentation presented by Mr. Kim Yong-jae from Delivers. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. I am the CEO of Delivers. I'm Kim Yong-jae. I will talk about the logistics industry that we want to innovate, and I will also talk about the technology and the services that we are making right now. So the Korean's products delivery market, as you know, has been rapidly growing with the growth of the e-commerce market. And we believe that the growth rate will continue. And also the product delivery market is undergoing a lot of changes. And I would say that the biggest topic in the market is the success of Coupang. And Coupang was able to succeed because of fast delivery and also the fast return system that related well to the customers. And that's why this last mile delivery is focused on same day delivery and the morning delivery. So this new market is gaining a lot of traction. Let me give you a brief introduction of Delivers. It is about providing a same-day return and same-day exchange without extra cost based on real-time and tech logistics platform company. We thought that there were inefficiencies in the logistics system, and we wanted to add technologies to find the most optimum delivery speed, and we hoped to provide logistics at low cost. And normally delivery takes about 2 to 3 days, but for us it takes just 6 hours in terms of Seoul and Gyeonggi. And also return system is completely different. It takes about 3 to 4 days normally, but we will collect the items on the same day and it will be stocked in the warehouse the next day. So it's a new different system. And let me tell you more about how we were able to innovate the logistics system. And the biggest part of the delivery is about collecting and sorting the items. This takes about 3 to 4 days, and this leads to latency and delivery. But we simplified this process and automated this process and added unmanned technology. And this added speed. And also, we will be able to take out the middle part of the logistics process so this can save cost as well. In particular, in the very last part, in creating the regional delivery routes, in the past, the existing delivery companies focused on Dong, administrative units of Korea. But let's say for us, we focus on the optimal clustering and routings to make delivery done within 6 hours, and that enables us to provide on-time delivery. And logistics industry has been going through digital innovation, and we are seeing a lot of innovations taking place. And we hope we focus on the third and the fourth part of the logistics process that is about sorting and creating delivery routes and actual delivery. And we are at the leading edge of this end-to-end process. At least we hope to become a leading company in this process. And we have 3 co-founders. For me and Baek Jinu, the CTO, we created an edutech company, and the CTO also launched a concert making platform company, and we both successfully exited the companies. And based on that experience, we are going to innovate the logistics industry as well. A lot of the e-commerce companies are working with us, and we're growing together. And we will continue to utilize our differentiated technologies to work with more companies and grow even further. And also, with the existing logistics company, we are going to have technological cooperations so that we can all together innovate the logistics industry in Korea. Thank you very much for your presentation. So you found the gap in the logistics industry and tapping into that. Now let's listen to the mentors' opinions. Yes, Nori is from Sparks Lab. And you successfully exited Nori, so we were able to make a lot of profit. And I really encourage your second journey. But what's really important is to save the time and money for the consumers or the investors, because people have to know that it's fast and it's good, and they need to at least know how much money or time that can save. And of course, you are working with Mushinsa and Sold Out. And do you have any figures from those companies about how they improved in terms of these metrics? Well, a lot of the e-commerce companies want to have this fast delivery system in place like Coupang, but it's quite difficult to do a direct investment in this arena. So these companies can collaborate with us to provide a fast delivery service like Coupang or even faster service. And that leads to higher CX, and that leads to higher reorder rate. And we are seeing this in figure. As for cost saving, so we are automating and introducing unmanned technologies. And as a result, compared to the existing system, we were able to reduce the logistics cost by 40% or to 40%. So that shows how we were able to gain advantage in terms of speed and also cost. So the digital transformation in the logistics industry, well, we have first mile and middle mile and last mile. And I think there could be a limit to lead the last mile innovation. From ordering to warehousing, well, this first mile, middle mile, and last mile would have to be thought of altogether. But if you only focus on last mile, you will be limited in your competitiveness edge. Do you have any ideas about this? And also, even though people um, want to have the same day delivery, if the delivery comes after 12, after midnight, I don't think that there could be high demand from the customer. I want to listen to your opinion about this. Well, first of all, regarding last mile, whether innovation is possible if you only focus on last mile. As you said, logistics industry is divided into first, middle, and last mile. But there are already large players that are involved in all of those processes like Hanjin or Daehantongun. But most companies have specialized areas in different miles of the process. And in the case of logistics, it's quite difficult to do everything from A to Z because it involves a lot of investment. We do not directly hire the delivery men. We utilize the existing delivery networks, but what we do is improving the process. Basically, we are improving the efficiencies of sorting process and we're optimizing this part, and that is where our advantage lies. As for the last mile delivery, it is the role of the delivery men, as they have been doing all the time. So the whole point is to provide the goods in a very convenient and fast manner. So our focus is on making this process more efficient. And what was your second question? So is it like a fulfillment hub system in your local areas? No, it's quite different. Fulfillment center is about warehousing the products. And when order comes in, the fulfillment center pack the products and then deliver it to the delivery companies. But we don't do warehousing. There are different companies that are doing that. We focus on pickup and last mile delivery. Okay, my second question was about, well, comparing it with Coupang's rocket delivery. Well, compared to this rocket delivery, customers won't think that this service is much more unique and differentiated. What do you think about this? As for the same day delivery, once people make orders before 2 p.m., you can get the products on that day. But Coupang does not provide same day delivery. They provide the next day morning delivery, so we cannot do a direct comparison. But what we are focusing on is this. Well, not, of course, all companies want to have a fast logistics system, but they can't make investments themselves because Market Curly, they had to also put in a lot of money to do that. And our point is creating a joint logistics system for all e-commerce companies. So the idea is provide a cheap but as fast delivery as Coupang. So it is a service for companies that want to become like Coupang. Mr. Could you go ahead? So I wondered who the client would be. But in the last slide, you told us about who your clients are, and mostly they were fashion companies. And they are quite small scales, and they were focused on standardized items. So I have two questions. So for standardized and fast delivery, the are you going to do the packaging with the fashion companies for efficiency's sake? And also, can you deliver non-standardized items? As Mr. Pe said, and as I said, we are not focused on fulfillment center because there are companies that are doing that themselves. And if a company can are not as large, they go for a fulfillment service. CJ has their own such service. And after pick packing is done, once we get the product and we deliver it to the customers, and that's where we're focused on. Of course, e-commerce companies would collaborate together with us. So, for example, when we're going to pick it up and how we're going to route it. So, in that area, we are collaborating with the e-commerce companies. I'm sorry, I forgot the second question again. Yes, about the non-standardized item. We don't limit the items. Items can be big, but the Korean delivery markets, they about small items take up 80% of those market. Most of the items people order from Naver and Coupang are small items, so we mainly focus on small items, but we can cover big items. However, we don't, let's say, deliver refrigerators or such large appliance because there are other specialized delivery companies for that. So we are part of general delivery service companies and industries. So you are targeting this large market of logistics market, and I can see that you are quite ambitious. And I see that you have different positioning. But what is your ultimate goal? What is the ultimate sectors? So are you going to exclude some of those areas out from the ultimate goal, or are you going to cover them all? Well, we are a startup, so we have to pick and choose. If we are to become and if we grow to be a meaningful company, maybe we need fulfillment center because some customers may want fulfillment and some customers may want fast service. So we may want to go into that. But fulfillment center requires large scale investment, even more than the one needed for the logistics industry. And that's why we are not focusing on that area. Then could you please give us some more specific answer? So are you focused on this area for this time period? Can you give us some ultimate big picture after you get a lot of investment? I believe that the delivery market in Korea is about 8 to 10 trillion won, and this is large in itself. But we are specialized not only in fast delivery, but we're also specialized in return service. When you do a survey on a lot of the consumers find that return of the large e-commerce companies are major pain points. And we have shortened the return time frame to 1 day, so this can increase CX. And also, I think that we can collaborate with existing delivery companies in terms of returns because they are not doing well in this regard. So I think that return can be more advanced. In the US, the return for online shopping is about 20% of the total orders. So there is a huge return market. And if we specialize in return going forward, we can process the return and resell it, and this market can grow on its own. So we are planning to scale up into this area as well. So your ultimate goal is targeting return market? Well, delivery and return. And we believe that the return market can be as big as delivery. So you don't care about going to global markets or local markets? Well, I don't think that we can have meaningful contribution to the global market at this point. But we are making some process more efficient and streamlined through technology. So I think that we can transfer these technologies to other companies. And in that sense, we can collaborate with foreign companies. Thank you so much for your time. Please give him another round of big applause. Thank you.
예,
Great. Now we only have our last presenter. It is a company that developed smart company for visually impaired people. We have VP Jung Yura from Libo to present their idea for us today. Hello, nice to meet you. I am from Libo. My name is Jung Yura. Smartphone have become an essential tool for everyone. Do you know anyone who's not using a smartphone yet? Then it must be an unusual case, or must be a special reason that the person cannot use a smartphone. So won't the same go for the visually impaired? Majority of visually impaired people also use smartphones. However, they're using the touch gestures on the screen can be slow, and oftentimes they have to rely on voice recognition features and cannot use all the features on the smartphone, but some of them. Libo allow these people to use buttons instead of touching phones so that they can use smartphones more easily. They can also keep their smartphones in their bags or their pockets and use it freely and safely using Libo. We are supporting Android, iOS, Apple Watch, and even Apple TV. You can connect these devices to Libo and use this as a remote control for multiple devices. This is our product Libo 3 that was launched recently. Without touch gesture, you can use this like a remote control by pressing the buttons to use your smartphone. Also, with the voice recognition, you can type in numbers, characters, also emojis. But it is not easy to do that just with the voice recognition. But using Libo, making phone calls and receiving phone calls become easy. And therefore, you can also use telebanking services easily that have ARS services. Also, for visually impaired people, taking notes is difficult. That is why we also provide voice recording feature. You can press the button to start recording your voice. And even if you are using an iPhone, you can still record your phone call using our device. And during the meeting, without being too conscious of other people, You can silently check the time with the vibration as well. And for people with weak visual impairment, they can zoom into the phone screens as well. And for senior citizens, this is useful as well. They can launch an app that's often used and designate short keys for them to make phone calls. So that was very brief explanation of our product. So we have such multiple features in our product. It goes beyond just being a keyword. We would like to call this a smart convergence device. Out of various assistance device for visually impaired people, Libo would like to introduce this concept. It's a whole new concept of assistance device. It is portable because it is very compact, and without having to bring multiple devices, you can use this as a remote control for multiple devices when you connect it to those devices. Also, it is very scalable, so so this keeps on evolving. This chart is, as you can see Coupang, Paymin, Toss, and other platforms where visually impaired people rely on our Libo service to use the service. In my case as well, I use Kakao Taxi to code work and use Paymin to order food, delivery food, and use Coupang to buy capsule coffee and do online banking using Toss app. And this is for visually impaired. We have about 50,000 people who are blind, and more broadly, people who have weaker visual impairments, and there are 2.5 billion of them in number altogether. And Libo currently has about 10,000 users as of now, and in 2023, we aim to sell 1 million unit of Libo. This is different from other assistant device for visually impaired people. This is something that visually impaired people can use every day in their everyday life. People usually replace smartphones every 3 years, and I believe the repurchase cycle should be similar for the Libo as well. And if you were not using smartphone before, they can use it as they buy smartphones, so we can work in collaboration with phone distributors and make phone use easier for visually impaired people, thus bringing down social costs and adding impact to our society. The vision of our company is to improve digital accessibility of all the visually impaired people in the world. And for this, smart devices, kiosks, traffic lights, all these kinds of device can operate better with Libo solution as well. We have 11 people in our team as of now. In August 27, since we launched the business in August 27, we have launched our fourth model. Libo is the bridge that connects me and the world. My sense of self-esteem has increased thanks to Libo. It is indispensable tool in my life. This is some of the user feedback that we got. Using the smartphone with Libo, I am living a smart life and enjoying it very much, and I hope this will become possible for all the visually impaired people around the world, and I will keep working toward that end. Thank you.
여러분, 정유라 부대표님께
Thank you. It was VP Yura. So now we would like to hear from our mentors. Mr. Wan, thank you for your presentation. And it seems like this could be very helpful for visually impaired people going beyond the limitations of assistance device. This it seems so this looks very meaningful. And assuming that this business will keep growing, so it is possible that other competitors would emerge and start making similar devices. What do you think your strength is compared to other competitors? For now, there are some newcomers to the market. However, Libo provides service in 27 languages already and can be put to use right away in multiple countries. And there are some companies who really try to copy our company product, but as a smart keyboard, those competitor products have a long way to go compared to our product with our core technology. And we have been doing updates every 2 years roughly, and we will keep accumulate and building on our accumulate and work on technology patent as well. I would add a bit to this. I am CEO of Libo. From the engineer viewpoint, I have prepared for this for a very long time as an engineer, and it was only later that I realized that my service is about accessibility of people, and this technology that is embedded here is actually very long-standing technology. I have my own know-how, experience, and I believe it will be very difficult for other companies to copy our technology and get to the same level where we are. I believe that there's huge gap between us and other followers, late followers, which is why we are confident about our know-how and experience. So in the silver industry, depending on the grade, the government provides subsidies, amount of subsidies to different grade of senior citizens. And in the case of Libo, this is being used for visually impaired people. So can you secure government subsidy? That could be a helpful way. Have you looked into such government incentives? For now, for visually impaired people who work, they can get government subsidies. And also, in general, when visually impaired people want to purchase smart devices, they can receive up to 80% of government subsidy. But the government budget itself is not that big, so we are hoping that they will keep increasing the budget so the more and more people can benefit from this. And this applies both in the domestic market and in the global market. It goes the same. All countries has some sort of support program, and we do encourage our customers to register themselves in such government systems so that they can get subsidies when purchasing our products. And I also believe that is also in line with our objective and more cost effective. So we always look for such government subsidy programs, and KOICA and other government bodies are actually interested in this as well. And this product has good cost to receive subsidies. So starting from GMP, how much investment should go in to stabilize? How much investment do you think should go in from now on to stabilize this in the market? Currently, as an early investment, we received an early investment to get here, and going forward, for us to expand further, we are looking at 3 billion of investment and hoping for it. So for now, we are not mass producing them. So about 1,000 or 2,000 units a year. Of course, we want to sell more, but realistically speaking, we are not manufacturing this in China, and this is high value added product, and there's no cost in doing that as well. But it is difficult to partner up with manufacturers because the production amount itself is not that large. We are thankful that they are still partnering up with us, but we also want to get more funding and move on to the mass production stage and distribute to more customers into the future. So we're not there yet, but if we are able to secure more investment, then we should be able to do that. But from the technology viewpoint, we are very proud of it, but we keep upgrading it. But in terms of market advancing, this is my take on it. So my question. So I think you will get a lot of question about the investment amount. So I think it will be helpful if you keep in mind how much investment you need to reach certain milestone, etc. And when you can meet the BEP, I believe many investors will ask you that. So if you have that specific answer in your mind, it will be helpful in your future pitches as well. Yes. Nice to meet you both. You have also joined SK Telecom ESG program, and you are working with us, and I'm very happy to see you again here on this opportunity. So we already have experience working together, but producing a device is not cheap, and the cost is a hindrance element as the company tries to expand further to the global market, and how are you trying to address it? And if there are any new ideas that you're thinking of lately, if you could share them with us, it would be great. And we can put that into consideration in our future reviews as well, and maybe further advance how we can support it. So at so in terms of cost, I know it is not very cost effective, and at first we sold our device at a cheaper price, but the price became pricier because we had to keep investing in research and development without mass producing it. And because we can produce only a small amount of device for now, there's the cost side of the issue. Of course, if we can produce more than 1 million unit a year, for example, then we should be able to bring down the price a lot, to a significant degree. And if we can actually find a market where we can supply our products in a large amount, it is likely that rather than just selling it, that our partner suppliers will find many various channels. So that's something that we have been putting much thought into as well. So if there's no further question, thank you very much, our CEO and VP of Libo. Thank you.
그래서 국내
So we heard from the 4 presentations of the Korean startups. In particular, we heard from the Korean impact startups and their commitments. I look forward to your mentoring as well. It's already been about 1 hour since we started the session, and we have 5-minute break originally planned. But now, well, as I witnessed from yesterday, I thought that a lot of the startup CEOs have a lot of energy and they don't need a break. Why don't we begin without a break then? If you're okay, let us move on to the next session right away. So let's begin our part 2. So we are going to briefly introduce about MIRAKLE Lab, and we are going to present to you Samshin, the company that we invested. And I am going to move on to the stage, and I hope that you can take a brief break until then.
예, 안녕하세요.
Hello again. I'm one reporter 107 from Mail Economy, Miracle Lab. Yeah, so I'm busy here, going here and there, but I cannot skip on this opportunity to give you an introduction of Miracle Lab. I'm not sure how much you have heard of about Miracle Lab. It was launched in 2016 under Mail Economy and MBN. So we started this to maximize the impact of media company to nurture startups with good social impacts. We are the first specialized startup accelerator in the Korean media industry. And there are three major roles that we play. First is investment and support. In 2016, as we were launched in 2016, up until now, we have invested in 40 companies and funds. And as we said, because we have our certain capabilities as a media company, we have our own specialties with which we can provide support for our portfolio startups. And personally, I think the marketing and networking side are the where we can provide the most support. As a matter of fact, 3 days ago, one of our portfolio company CEO texted me and told me that they finally made an inroad into the Japanese market and launched their app in Japan. And looking at the text, first, I thought this is something that's noteworthy and should be promoted through our newsletter. So I suggested that, and we put that together into an article and distributed to many media outlets. So this is a case in point of the marketing support that we can provide. So not only the Try Everything, but World Knowledge Forum and other annual Megang held forums and CES Forum in the Silicon Valley are all held by Megyong. So if being our partner, you can have the opportunity to join in the networking in such events. And second is letter. Have you heard of Miracle Letter? Okay, we'll have to do better, I guess. We call this the most read letter by CEO. So our correspondents in Silicon Valley and me and our marketers. So there are 4 people, us 4 reporters put together IT, technology, science, business information into this letter and send it out to CEOs. As of last year August, the subscriber amounted at 8 million in number. It is very sad that no one in the audience knows. I will do my best so that we can reach 10 million very soon. And lastly, journal articles. We are a small organization, but our team consists of members who's been journalists for more than 10 years. So in our newsletter, we try to include the voice and opinions of VC, AC, and many startups. So because it seems not many in the audience know the letter, please scan this QR and you can subscribe to our Miracle Letter. So when I checked this morning, we had 8.7 million subscribers. It seems we have at least 100 people here, so I will look forward to reaching 8.8 million mark today. You can hit like and subscribe. Thank you. And next Monday, you will receive a newsletter that I put together. There may be an ad banner at the front, but it is only 20% or so of the total newsletter, and it is to it is to fund our activities. So there may be ads, but please do not skip the rest. And not only general investing, VC, AC, and many other partners are working with Miracle Lab and startups, of course. So if you have any questions about our activities, if you need our help and support, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. So I'll wrap it up briefly. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 네,
Thank you for that. So I've been moving around a lot. Now I would like to introduce to you to a company that we have been investing a lot and which have been having a lot of social impact. I'm sure you know that Korea's fertility rate is at its lowest in the world. We have a startup company that is headed by an OBGYN, and let's hear about why he entered this business. Let us hear from Samshin. Please welcome the CEO to the stage. Hello, everyone. We are going to innovate the infertility market in Korea. We provide the egg freezing and infertility treatments. I am Shim Dae-chung, the doctor and the CEO of this company. So I wasn't dreaming of becoming a doctor. I wanted to solve social problems based on medical technologies, and that's why I decided to become a doctor. And the biggest social problem right now, I believe, is low fertility. As you all know, the fertility rate of Korea is falling at an unprecedented rate, and it is at an unprecedentedly low level. And I married last year, and I also give a lot of thought about our child plan and family plan. And in the process, I realized that there's lots of problems in this market. Even for those who are not newlyweds, there are people, there are married couples who are suffering from infertility issues. And there are also people who are concerned about childbirth, and there are lots of young women who are concerned about this. For example, 2 years ago, 1 out of 10 newly born were born out of infertility treatments, and this is why this sector is all the more important. But we have a lot of barriers to overcome. For one, we have to overcome medical problems. The basic test for infertility is usually conducted much later, and that's why the high risk groups are not detected early on. And this leads to late infertility treatments. And as a result, each person has to take 5 times more treatments, and this leads to 18 times increase in deformity by birth. So the egg freezing and infertility treatments take about 3 million won per time, and it doesn't end at one time. You need to have at least 3 times on average, which means that it could lead to incremental or significantly high cost. And that's why a lot of the couples stop infertility treatments. But what's a biggest problem is that this leads to physical burdens because of hormone injections. So it's quite difficult physically, but there are not much support. So those who want to freeze their eggs and those who want to get infertility treatments, among them only 25% actually get the treatments. And we want to innovate this market. We provide 3 services. And using these 3 services, we want to help the journey of the patients. First, we want to help the patients have early detections, and we're going to have them collaborate with the right partners, right hospitals. And we're also going to provide an out of hospital assistance for the patients. Our ultimate goal is preventing infertility and increasing the success rate of the infertility treatments. And let me walk you through our 3 main services. So, detecting the high risk group early on is important. And this is possible through AMH. And we hope to turn it into an at home test kit. We are doing a clinical test with university hospitals. And just like the diabetes patients, you can draw blood and you can just take the results out of your door and we collect them. And the hospitals use the same device as us, so our results accuracy is 99.9%. Well, as for the existing AMH, it shows the natural decrease rate, and we expect the timing of this natural decrease to let the patients know when they can they have to visit the hospitals. And using the database, we recommend them and link them with the right hospitals. And you can get up to 20% discounts from our affiliated hospitals. And last is the one-on-one out of hospital assistance. And this is done for about 3 weeks before and after you get the hormone test. We have a dedicated staff for you. And this is actually a commercialized service in the US and Europe. And this kind of service can increase the success rate of the treatment by 27%. So this is indeed a necessary service for both the providers and for the patients. So these are our three main services, and we hope to sell this as welfare package for the companies. Companies need our service because a lot of the companies are adopting and expanding their family-friendly policies. And they do not simply provide partial cost support. And we hope to provide an actual problem solving solutions for the company's employees. They can get the treatments, so it can lead to increased satisfaction and it could lead to greater acceptability. And as a result, it could lead to better success rate for the treatment as a whole. And ultimately, this could lead to the lower infertility among the employees, and this could save the cost for the companies. And already, large companies in the US, 45% of them are providing this service, so it's already activated in the US. And that's because we have, there's a Proden, a listed company in the US. Proden provides the egg freezing or infertility treatment services for large companies' employees, and they have about 1 trillion in revenues. And we're going to refer to the successful business models and follow their strategies and adopt it to the Korean market situation. So as mentioned before, we are selling the self-test kit on our mall so that a lot of the women can know about their egg age from early on. So that's our B2C strategies. And also for the out-of-hospital assistance service, we are going to provide it as a company welfare services as B2B service. But we are going to go beyond that. We are going to move toward male infertility sector, and we are also going to provide the service to foreigners as well. And ultimately, we hope to set up storage center so that the egg and the sperm and the embryos can be stored ourselves. This will help with the pain points of the small-scale hospitals, and we hope to reach 100 billion won in revenues in 5 years. We have 4 team members. We are a fledgling team, and we started as a team of doctors. And because we have experience in medical arena, we will verify and validate the medical technology and provide them to you. And we are not just going to sell the kits, we are going to sell the solutions, and we are going to go beyond Korea market, and we want to innovate the global market. We will assist you in your family plan. Thank you so much. And I hope that Korea's fertility rate can go beyond 1 thanks to Samshin. Now let us listen to mentors. Samshin is also an early startup, so could the mentors please provide advice? And you can maybe ask questions. You can ask questions or make general comments. Well, I would have to leave early, so I would have to be the first speaker. This is indeed a very important technology and important service because this is, I guess, the biggest problem of Korea. And I guess that you are very committed to this mission. Thank you for that. But of course, infertility is important, but marriage itself is in decline. So not many people can get pregnant in the first place. And wouldn't this be a barrier to scaling up of service? Of course, you're just beginning, but aren't there such limitations like that? So I guess you have to take that into account. Of course, we need infertility is important, but I think you need to also encourage people to start a family. And do you have that in mind as well? Yes, as you mentioned, fertility rate is already very low, and the age of the first time marriage is 35 years of age, and this is quite high compared to other OECD countries. And of course, we can provide infertility support for people, but people are not getting married in the first place in Korea. And we believe that society has to change to help us scale up. So we are selling kits, but our ultimate goal is to have women in their 20s measure the age of their egg using our kits. So even though they are very young, they will be able to plan ahead. And this will change our society's atmosphere. And I hope that we can make a minor contribution to the society. And that could be one part of the campaign that we can do. Yes, another comment. I hope that you can indeed make meaningful changes. And I also majored in engineering, but how much of the blood do you need? Because when you do the delivery, there could be some contamination issues. So could you please elaborate? Well, as doctors, we only provide verified medical technologies. There are already research papers about overseas delivery. And as for our at-home kits, well, there are already two American unicorn companies regarding this kits, so we have already a lot of evidence regarding that. And as for the specific volume that's needed, we can't disclose it, but the users, have to draw 100 micrometers, so they only need 3 drops of blood, and it won't break, right? Yes, the blood samples can be stable for about 1 to 2 weeks at normal temperature, and at refrigerator temperature, it can be stable for 1 month. So it is not contaminated because we have our special packaging system in place as well. You don't need to worry about it. How about the cost? Well, when you visit the hospital, well, as you may know, you won't be able to do just one test in the hospital. You would have to take a lot of tests, and it requires about 150K to 200K worth K. But for us, we only um, have you use the sample kits, and this requires only 50K or 60K per kit, so it's quite cheap. So is the kit already available? When you come to the booth, you can use it. We are pending approval, and we hope to get the approval by the end of this year. So are all of the team members full-time members? One person is part-time, but 3 people are full-time members. You talked about the non-face-to-face medicine, but what about diagnosis? We are not involved in the diagnosis part. We are only focused on the processes afterwards. For those who go beyond a normal level, we link them to the partner hospitals, but for us, we're not involved in diagnosis ourselves. So I think that it's quite related to pricing policies. Well, you could possibly contact the patients in the hospitals, and you might gather patients yourselves and refer them to the hospitals, and maybe the pricing models may differ depending on the situation. So what are you thinking of? Well, as a doctor, well, whatever technology comes out, hospitals do not recommend them. So we can't recommend these technologies from hospitals. We have, however, 6 different partner hospitals. So we have close connections with the doctors. In particular, all of our partner hospitals are not small scale hospitals. They're large scale hospitals that are famous for their infertility treatments. So based on this close collaborations, we will be able to provide kits. And there won't be much conflicts regarding pricing policies. The newborn fertility rate is 0.7, so Korea's fertility rate is the worst in the world, and that's already known. And nationwide, the country is doing a lot of policy initiatives to increase fertility rate, or rather, we need more of them because we're desperate. And there is a huge pain point for infertility patients. So this AMH at home kits are highly needed. But it needs to be medically approved by MFDS. And you said that you're in the process of getting the approval. Then it means that this did not get the approval for commercialization yet, right? Yes, as the moderator said, we are just starting up, so we are pending approval. But as I said before, we are researching with university hospitals, and for research and test, we can use these kits. So before we get the approvals, we provide the kits to the university hospitals for research purposes. But as you rightly pointed out, the kits can only be commercialized after approval. Then your mid to long-term growth plan. Is it focused on advancing the stay-at-home kit, or is it more focused on egg freezing through nitrogen or storage? So which are you focused on more? Well, kits. Well, we have introduced it because we wanted more people to know more about their infertility status from early on. So this was more about a branding point and perspective. Our main business model is helping these people get infertility treatment from early on. And also, it is about having a lot of the infertility patients get our assistance services. So kits could expand the market, and ultimately, we hope to make this infertility market more mature. That is our ultimate goal. From the medical perspective, well, this should not just focus on assistive diagnosis. If you are to scale up, you need to move into prescription and treatments. But at this point, it seems that you're only focused on diagnosis. So what kind of plans do you have to advance your business model? Before diagnosis, we have the at-home kit. And based on this AMH data and the patient's personal data and the internal medical data, we link the patients with the doctors and hospitals. And that is done before the diagnosis because infertility is not simply about people's health. It can require a lot of treatments based on your health status as a whole and your husband's status. So if you have this comprehensive data, it can increase the success rate. But under Korean situation, a lot of the data are coming from internet communities, and we hope to provide more professional input based on official data. So I guess that this ends today's session. Thank you very much for the presentation. So we have been hearing from 5 different companies' presentations and Q&A sessions. I hope that all the mentors can continue on with your close collaboration with the companies. So a lot of the companies are taking on challenges for limitless potential, and I salute you all. And also, I would like to encourage all of you because you are providing value to society based on startups. We will work hard for the next year and meet you again next year. Thank you, everyone.